Hello again! How you doing tonight? I'm having fun, I want to keep going, and I hope that I can actually please you with some of the fun that we have for the Great Days Attorney. It is a hot day, like usual, so my hair is kind of kempt, and I need to get a lot of water today! I'm not gonna make the last error that I did last time. I almost got a heat stroke, even if you make fun of me, you Star-Lord. So, what do we do today? We are gonna keep going with this. I really like this game, and I want to keep going as much as possible. But for now, let's go into the adventure. If you remember last time, we were in the middle of the second trial of the second case, where we just got told to... We just got told... Actually, I'm having trouble remembering, so I'm gonna have to remember through the game. For now, let's go into the action, use the camera, and action. Alright, we were in the middle of the interrogation of Meterman after he got onto the stand with Queen Bee, which is a very funny name, to be honest. I'm gonna be enjoying this bottle of water so much. So, let's see. Last time, I just remember what happened. We actually got a summation examination with the jury, in which we discussed the actual honor of our victim, William Shakespeare, which is actually a failed poisoning, which I'm pretty sure it might be just gas. So then the Meterman over here, actually, yeah, I should do this. The Meterman over here actually works for Altamont Gas. He supposedly witnessed the incident, but some part of it, because he was just checking the meter to see that Shakespeare was not stealing gas. And Queen Bee Altamont, the second witness, is the wife of the owner of the company. She believes in the superiority of the fuel, and really is angry at William Shakespeare because she believes that he's stealing gas. Now, I'm gonna put something over here that it's a bit personal for me. Let me check that the microphone is not picking this up. Perfect, it's not. So basically this is just an exercise for my legs. Now, let's see if it actually is not picking it up. I need to check here over here. See if it actually... I hope it's not. So, let's go into the testimony. I'm proud of to be the company's French investigator and meter money collect agent. Altamont Gas meters accept property bids each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. And yet, the meter in Mr. Shakespeare's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key. Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not even what is. Pray, forgive the discourtesy. The relevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hallowed chalice. How do you remember that remark, Urban 6? Did the mustachious Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court. And yet, now we must listen to this abhorrence. Right. I just remember how to pronounce I voice in by 6. Clearly, what separates the vast British Empire and your Eastern island nation is more than geographical distance. But this could turn out to be a crucial testimony. This cross-examination must go ahead. Do what you will. Lurban 6 appears to be in a violent mood. Yes, it does. An attempted poisoning and an incident of gas theft with no supporting evidence? It's true that it would appear completely unrelated at first glance. But I wonder, the truth tends to be buried in the most initial places, and the first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. Okay, so he's the Eastern Red. So does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters?
I do. I have to try to catch people when they're in. Then I ask permission to come inside and do my business.
Does that mean you've been into Mr. Natsume's room before as well as that of Mr. Shamspear?
Well, now, interesting you should bring that up. Because I believe how little money was in his meter. So I couldn't believe how little money was in his meter. I mean, how the pair of them survived the winter is beyond me. It really is.
Knowing Mr. Natsume, he probably spends all his gas money on books. And then when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth.
You will kindly reiterate your statement about the gas meters themselves, Mr. Meterman. Not much to say really, but as you wish. Multiple gas meters at 7 company bids, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
So all London houses that have a gas supply are fitted with these gas meters, are they? They're the latest models, the height of technology, developed by your company, Altamont Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in their property, yes. So if a 3-pence coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people would use about 3 coins in a night?
A bit more than that usually, if they have both gas lights and a gas cup, that is.
Thinking about it, Soseki-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he? Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating. Ah, yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually.
What?
So the thing about this is that I borrowed my father's leg exercise thingy in order to do something while I'm streaming here for my legs. I'm actually worried that they're making too much sound. Or that maybe they're changing my voice. But it doesn't seem that they're sending right now. Okay. And how does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company?
Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meters, of course.
I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues, for the most part. Ah, because they have to pay in advance, you mean? Yes, exactly right. And yet, the meter in Mr. Shamspear's room didn't have any single coin in it.
Hold it!
Out of interest, how long has this been going?
Weeks and weeks! He's been pinching gas off us for ages! And you've examined the meter in Mr. Shamspear's room, I take it?
Naturally, we took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb. And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume. No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded any type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock, the Shamspear Special. That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3 penny pieces. But even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty.
I'll never forget the humiliation!
Oops.
When I opened up the money box and found it bare... You what? I said, you what? And the look at his face. The snarmy smile of his. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing! Not a cares if it's being jammed open anyway? Not a single spin!
What is he doing? I'm extremely concerned about his neck.
And what's happening to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what.
A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. I think that I have to stop this. It's actually making me laugh. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna stop this one. Whew. Okay. It's making too much sound. I'm pretty sure that it's actually getting picked up. A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter?
Nothing became of it. I've still got it.
Oh?
Right here.
No wonder they call you Meter Man.
I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing.
It sports a very strong lock developed with Mr. Shakespeare, especially in mind. Now let's check it out. That's a very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it? And money but is sealed with beeswax too. So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately. Mr. Naruhodo, mischief of what kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would... You know, you didn't finish that sentence, don't you? Well, anyway... It's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs. But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? It kinda does. Okay, so everything is still working here. Is there something over here? There's something... Whoa! So, I have been saying ever since the other case, there seems to be a gas leak. I wonder if this actually leaks gas. Oh! What? Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo? Just here. There's a little hole. Do you see? Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed. It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I say. So, you think it might have been opened up by Mr. Shakespeare? Possibly. It seems the people at the Altamont gas must have missed it. Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through the inside. Yes, but there's no way a coin would fit through here. That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious. Yeah, there's a gas leak. That's why he got poisoned. Ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine, toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. Okay. This actually started to make sense to me. Last time I was playing, I was absolutely sure that there was a gas leak. And there's this bottle of something over here. It might as well be just the gas leaking. Could he just be... Although at first glance there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Oh right, because I broke the rhythm. Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with though, and the collection agent has the only key. This is where I'm gonna put the objection. I'm gonna present. Hold it! There's only one key for all of your meters? Well, in truth, there's another key in the company vault at their main office. Don't tell me that it's the one that Olive Green has. But even if someone had somehow managed to get hold of a key, we'd know if the coin box had been opened. Oh? How? Came up with a rather clever way to expose any little shenanigans as it happens. What do you mean? Would you care to explain?
Well now, in order to empty a meter, you have to unlock the padlock and remove the cover. But when I close the cover again, I stick a little beeswax on it. Beeswax seals on it, you see.
A seal? Like the sort of thing you put in an envelope, you mean?
Something like that, yes. Basically, you can remove the cover again without breaking the seal.
Now, in the case of Mr. Shamspeare meter, there were no coins inside at all, as I said.
But the seal hadn't been broken either.
So that would mean Mr. Shamspeare somehow managed to steal coins from inside the meter without opening it? It would seem so, but that would be impossible.
Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny, if that's not even what I said. Hold it!
How do you know that he's using gas, though?
Well now, since I started investigating this bloke, I've been to his room more than a few times. And on every single occasion, his lamps have been blazing and his stove pounding. In the middle of winter, and he still turns to me, sweat dripping off his cheeks, and says,
Get thee to a nunnery. Hamlet indeed.
"Ah, I could bring the bloke's that tiger on under the collar, but still, every time I open that 20 meter, it's empty. He's robbing me of my salary too. What's wrong with the world? Where's the justice?"
But how can Mr. Shamspeare possibly be stealing the money? I don't understand. The simple explanation is right before your eyes. What? A toast to you eventually realizing that the gasman could be an accomplice.
You're what?
Good lord, eminently plausible indeed. Well, what do you have to say for yourself?
Oh, please, Lady Quimby, I'm a faithful worker. And besides, if the money us gasmen collect doesn't tally with how much gas has been used, you'd occur paid by the same amount.
So you'd be stealing money, only to have the same money amount taken from your wages. Clearly that makes no sense. Perhaps it's a case of losing the battle to win the war?
No! I'm not gonna stir up the hornet's nest if I want stealing from the company at the finished.
It would seem there is no evidence to support the claims of thievery made against the victim, because Mr. William Shamspeare is innocent. Pray, forgive me if that shatters some emotion my learned Nipponese friend was clearly under. So I have the answer now. Certainly didn't expect to uncover another crime that looks like it's been taking place in the very same room. According to the testimony, it's only the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room that's under suspicion. It does seem as though perhaps it has nothing to do with the incident involving Mr. Natsume. I know, it does seem that way. But the fact is, since I've been practicing law in England, I feel like I've encountered this at least once already. Cases that are interlinked. Oh? It might seem that two cases have nothing to do with one another at first. But in fact, they're intimately connected. I guess that he's thinking about the fight. Yes, we have experienced that before, haven't we? I wonder if this is another instance. Perhaps, but we can't be sure of that yet. If the Altamont Gas Company has been investigating Mr. Shamspeare so earnestly, there must be something to it. But then, how has he been managing to steal their gas? Okay, so I know which one it is. It's here. There it is. Objection! Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What?
Get away! I've been over and over that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it.
In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box?
Hole? What?
You're right! You're quite right! There is a little hole there! The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamster secretly opened up this hole himself. Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised. But why?
Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get a fart thing through that.
Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of details? Well, what I'd specifically like to know is... how can the meter be dismantled? Dismantled? Yes, given that there are no signs of it having been forced. I'm wondering if perhaps rather than being broken open, it might have been taken apart. Well, yes, that does seem to make some... that does make some sense. The padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel. And the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well. Will it shut to ensure that it can be opened again? I'm pretty sure that he's actually getting the gas. That's why I keep looking at the picture. I can assure you it's quite impossible to dismantle it.
Woohoo! Yeah! Nothing leaks from an Altamont meter. No coins, no gas, no nothing.
I see.
The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it's pertinent.
As you wish, my lord. All joints on the meter are welded shut, and the lock is made from solid steel. There's no way to dismantle it.
Hold it!
Has anyone ever tried?
Oh yeah, they've tried. They've all given up before long.
After all, if they actually broke the meter, the company will be able to take legal action. Yes, that makes sense. Oh, what is this? Oops. I did something bad. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I was playing around with the mod mode and accidentally... Okay. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Is its welded steel construction significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on? Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tack here. Like asking about how the meter differentiates coins, for example. Well, deeper. I really want to know everything. What does the meter tell the difference between different coins? What do you mean? Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1 penny coin, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work, presumably, would it? No, of course not. So, well, how does the meter know that the coin is being fed is a troppenny bit? A troppenny bit. Ah, I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A troppenny bit is a bit...
I don't know how to pronounce that word. I have never seen it before.
A troppenny is a bit about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, so other coins just won't fit. Ah, I see. It's clearly being very well thought out.
The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent.
So basically it's change one for the other and actually compare it to other. The meter is designed for coins the exact diameter and thickness of a troppenny bit. Nothing else will fit.
Hold it!
But conversely then, it would seem that anything matching a 3-pence coin is exactly in diameter, in terms of diameter and thickness, could equally well be used. Would that be true? Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into it a certain extent as well. Oh my god, I just got it. I just got it. He's freezing water. He's freezing water in that soap. This bar of soap may be the exact same shape. Oh, look at this bar of soap. There's a circular depression on the inside, about 2 centimeters across, or 3/4 of an inch. Ah, do you think? We did find the soap at the scene, didn't we? Yes, there were 2 bars on that little ledge just outside the window, so we took this one. But I'm sure that when we first found it, there was some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly. It melted! Yes, but there's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone? It clearly melted last night. Maybe the reason it was red was because of Olive Green's case? So yeah, that definitely melted overnight. That's why we have it.
We thought of that through anyway. If I find any fake points inside the coin box when I empty the meter, the contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine. Really, for mommies like that, us guys there, live for that.
God, you really are a bee. When I see you like this, that looks like the butt of a bee.
But it seems the gas company has thought of everything. Hurry for gas! Altamont, all the way!
That's quite enough of that. Remind me, how big are Tropini pits? About 3/4 of an inch across. Yep. He's using water. And that's melting, and that's the bottle below the thing. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is this 2 meters measurement significant, or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on? Yes, you may be right. Should I try a different tack here? Nope. Leave it.
Let us return to the testimony.
Of course, my lord. As I was saying, Altamont meters are unsurpassed. They can't be manipulated. No, but they can be tracked. I'm wondering if this is what I should present. Objection! There it is. Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shamsby's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Something the same size as a threepenny bit? What was it? The item in question is this!
What? Have you been inhaling gas? That's a bit of soap!
No, I'm pretty sure that we have not been inhaling gas. But the victim clearly has. It certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say. I love this. I can tell where it's going. What's so important about the soap is this part here. Got it! You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean. Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap here? That's right. Depression that's approximately 3/4 inch of an inch. 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit.
Get away! Does anyone here have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen!
It sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it? Yeah, I just realized what she means.
Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a threepenny bit. Now, to see if it fits. My word! It couldn't be more snug!
Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Galtamos gas company is being defrauded. Well, I don't believe it. So, your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas. Yes. The depression in the soap was clearly made by a trepanibet. I must concur at least that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap, such as this, is a remarkable simple way of replicating the coin's shape.
And then you could use, well, some melted water or something to pour into the mold. You could make fake coins in no time.
This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's a matter Mr. Shakespeare has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. I'm gonna press a button. Barely here in the gate. There. And now if I follow a chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet. But this is all nonsense! If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter.
Quite true, Lady Altamont. In the absence of some black magic that would make them disappear.
I see. That's what we're dealing with, isn't it? There is one form of black magic that could cause fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes. Exactly. And the meter here gives it away. What on earth? There are remnants of the magical method used visible of the gas on the gas. There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room. If that is your ascension, counsel, the defense will identify these remnants for the court at once. Is the hole. Where on the meter can the remnants of the method used to make the fake coins appear to be seen? Is the hole. It's clearly the hole.
Got it!
We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window.
Outside?
Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found the soap.
I get it!
That's right. The answer, of course, is ice.
Did you say ice?
Mr. Shakespeare has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening, filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and fits them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in space. As his room becomes very comfortable one, the ice now inside the meter coins box melts, turning back into water and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas! Just like that, so simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water? That's right, madam. I don't believe it! It can't be true! Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless! I am fairly sure I didn't design it. Evidence! Sorry? What's evidence? If you're going to stand there and tell me your meters are rubbish, I want to see proof!
Oh my god, what did I do there?
She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Very well, Lady Altamont. If you'd like evidence, I'll provide it. What? Mr. Rivero, are you saying you actually have evidence to support this theory? I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little bit at the time. And I have a feeling that this theory would come up with and I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. The piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shamster has been stealing gas is this.
Take that!
The crime scene photograph! This photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson, and it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspeare. What remnants? Are you really gonna make me point out the portal? Oh, okay. Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamspeare's room. Now look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter. What is that? Some kind of grubby stain? Oh boy, it is hot again. Now let's do something else. That is actually genius. That is a genius way of stealing water. I mean, gas, to be quite honest. Oops. Okay. There it is. Almost certainly it's a water stain resulting from the liquid that ran out of the hole made in the meter. If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage, and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours, you can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. This is awful! And there's further evidence too. Mr. Shakespeare is slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. And right there next to him is a bar of soap, broken in half. You're right!
It would appear to me then, counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he?
Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but... certainly not. He didn't beat about the bush there, did he? In truth, Mr. Shakespeare was found with a fork in his hand.
A meal of soap is sounded increasingly likely, Lord Benson. You mean to say he was using that fork too?
Yes? To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap. But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well.
Good gracious.
Oh, my lord! Lord Van Six? I was throwing my hand up in despair, and happened to catch my hallowed bottle on the way. Pray, forgive my maladroit mistake.
What is the meaning of this, counsel?
Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination? Well... that Mr. William Shakespeare is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable. That's it! That's exactly it! I had forgotten at this point too. Very well. Let us assume the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? Well... we know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The John Gasman testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Alright, because she is one of the jurors. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shakespeare is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There is no escaping it. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication. You? What? That's a good point. This hasn't changed the facts.
Order! Order! World Council!
How does the defense respond? Mr. Naranjo! Okay. What was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Van Ziek is saying? No! This isn't over! The defense will not rest! What? But Counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shakespeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss? Lord Van Ziek just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point, but contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend? At least one of those so-called facts and assumption made due to a lack of evidence. The poison. Of course. We haven't even tried for poison. But the situation has changed now. Following the cross-examination of the latest witness to take the stand. Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense? You bring everything we've learned so far together, and consider as a whole, it's clear. There's a question to that we now need to consider. Namely, was the poison in the team? We've both been led to believe that the strychnine poison would have afflicted Mr. Shakespeare was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume. But that's conjecture at best.
Objection!
The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There is no other possibility. And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison.
Objection!
I just realized something. As I said, the situation has changed. The bar of soap had 1 coin over here, and it surely must have melted by now. But that liquid was red! Because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene, and a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed? The defense has made a bold claim, indeed. Very well, so present your proof. What evidence based from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea? Obviously, they're caught.
Take that!
What exactly is this piece of evidence supposed to reveal about Mr. Natsume's tea, Counsel? Well, I suspect it may possibly be related to the tea in some small way if we dig deep enough. Then you will be digging for a very long time indeed, my learned friend. Even at the bottom of the deepest chasm. Oh, right, it's the soap. I just realized it's the soap. Oh my god, I'm not gonna hear the end of this. You will find no sense in that absurd assertion. Oops. Is the soap? Sometimes I wish I could disappear down a deep chasm to escape his deep sarcasm. Then I advise you to think more deeply before you answer against this time. What? Yep, it's the soap.
Take that!
But gracious! The soap again? The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice? Yes, that's right, my lord. It's just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap! Soap? What are bars of soap doing lying up on the ledge outside the window? So yeah, that since this is what we found, the bars of soap, but the thing that was actually quite surprising was the color of it. And I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar. So you discovered the gas thief's gang factory. Fascinating! In a way, yes. There's more. The coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice.
There was something strange about them, you mean?
Exactly. Something very obviously strange. They were red. The ice was red. No, you mean? That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. So the bottle and the floor could be poisoned.
What?
I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume early in this trial.
That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shakespeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it.
And this is the result! Never will I touch tea again, never!
Oh yes, I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing.
So on the night in question, Mr. Shakespeare having no running water to use... That's right! That's right! There was no water running! I had forgotten about that fact! Was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins.
My word!
And if there's no poison in that tea, there were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed one of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime. Frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shakespeare's window.
Extraordinary!
Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even 1 drop of the tea remains, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. That's true. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture. By finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contains strychnine at all.
You smart Nipponese!
Oh god, I thought that was the poison. But if that's the tea, then it changes everything. My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once. And the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it, to determine whether or not it contains any poison. I'm scared. I'm very scared because in that case where the poison came from.
Bailiff! Instruct the police to attend the scene at once.
Yes, my lord, understood.
It would seem we have no choice but to suspend this proceeding for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord and Six.
None, my lord.
Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite test immediately. Trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow.
Oh!
The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigation as appropriate in the interim.
Yes, my lord! Well, we managed to scrape through there somehow. I'm trying to remember. Yes, I don't think that there was any case with more than 1 trial day in the first game. Thank you, consuls. I'll just adjourn until tomorrow. And to be continued. Okay, people. We have been streaming for an hour. Of course, we're gonna keep going. Basically, what I'm thinking right now is, I'm starting to think that maybe I should have finished this yesterday, but after streaming for 4 hours, at the end I was completely babbling like a moron. Also, it was 2 days ago. Now let's save our game and continue. I know that you're not supposed to save during an LP, like Lucajun says, but this actually has a lot of windows of opportunity to come back to check on things. And now we're in our consultancy. Whew, we made it back in one piece. Just, to be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. Oof, what a lot of close shapes. There are so many carriages in the streets of London. You were very nearly flattered several times. Oh no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. She's a jokester. I love her. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhara-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. And now that your favorite exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything alright? I suppose I still can't quite believe it. That's all. And I'm here in England working as a lawyer, I mean. In the Old Bailey, no less. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes, I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhara-san. I've no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us. She really has a lot of respect for him if he keeps calling him Sama. Thank you, Susato-san, thank you. Now, let's check the speed again. Oh, are you already there? Cool, it counts. Okay, in that case, let's look around. Nothing. Ooh. These tanks are for keeping sea creatures. They're called aquariums and they were all the rage in London at one time, apparently. Yes. The English are so clever, coming up with the idea of having ocean life on display in the home. And it means you always have an emergency midnight feast on hand too. Oh my god! I'm not sure that's really the idea. What the heck? Percent. Ah, this is gonna hit her. It's very fine embroidery here that shows the name of the ambassador. In this case, Kazuma. Kazuma always carrying my best friend's hopes and dreams with me under my right arm, just here all the time. To be honest, it's something that weighs very heavily on me. Oh, I didn't realize it was such a burden, Mr. Naruhara. Yes, I think it's why my right shoulder aches so much. Are you sure that's not to do with you reading in bed or the like? Okay. You've been wearing that ever since we arrived in Great Britain, haven't you? Well, it's what shows that I'm a lawyer, so it seems appropriate. I'm not sure that it really means much in this country, though, I'm afraid. I wouldn't say that. It may not be official, but it looks official. Oh, wait, didn't I just say this? Often when the police... Ah, yeah. You're stopping the police often. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the sword is the main reason. I just remember this conversation. Okay, so let's see, the gas meter. Unless you put coins in this meter, of course, it won't give you any gas. The British had some really chill inventions, don't they? Sorry? Well, you could die in a cold winter's night if you weren't able to light your stove. I suppose in a way, one little coin could be the difference between life and death. Personally, I'd break the meter and find a way to light the stove somehow. No, the meter might explode if you were to tamper with it, Mr. Naruto-san. The gas companies have it all buttoned up, don't they? Tata-san, what do you make of this? Oh dear, what indeed? Let me see. If you don't know, really, it's fine to say so. Hold it against you? Picture. Nothing. The letter. The bar of soap. Sato-san, what do you make of this? Yes, the soap that was found on the ledge outside Mr. Shamspeare's locker window. We discovered him poisoned. I've been scared to wash my hands. I keep thinking the fall soap is going to be the end of it. Well, the soap's bad name was clear in the end, wasn't it? I suppose so. But I'm still worried about it. I think it would be safer just to never wash my hands again. Oh my god! I think you haven't thought that through. You will wash your hands, Naruto-san. You will. God, he really is an idiot. Okay, so nothing on the teacups. Also, that was very embarrassing. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand. I know. Not only that, but then finding out that he's actually a bare-faced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Suseki-san's poisoning the tea. Careful with your phrasing, Susato-san. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. Shamspeare than we yet know, I'm sure of it. Mr. Shamspeare really wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. What's become of him, actually? I was told that he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Oh, which one is it? It's gonna be the Barks. Let me see. Oh, yes, he's at St. Bartholomew's, or Pass, as Londoners call it. We know the place, don't we? Yes. We visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which he was taken. Ah, yes, after Suzuki-san stabbed her in the back. You be careful of your phrasing, Naruto-san. He didn't stab anyone. Perhaps we both owe Suzuki-san an apology. Damn Bartholomew. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. And what next? So we know that Suzuki-san took the key to the victim on the night in question. But he isn't the culprit, then obviously... Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea. But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspeare's body? I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspeare's room that will help them solve the mystery. Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already. But it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around anyway. Definitely! And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in bar of soap. Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we can ask him about that. And Kazuma's wishes. Kazuma Asugi, the best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. The one against Miss Brett, yeah. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. As a stowaway? Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up it small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. I need to make a voice that I can actually follow. So, when you told me why, I go to this length so that I can accompany you to Great Britain. Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial. I think I like this voice more. Yeah, perfect. That you're really out to go into law. Be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it. Believe me, I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world. The seat at the front the city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day what? Oh, no. Never mind. Huh? Naruhado-san? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yes, it's forever in my thoughts too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. Yes, that's right. But... Yes? I don't wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know, love just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all. Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions? I mean this.
Whoa! Whoa, that was cool!
It's Katana? I never expected to inherit his sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it in my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Yes. Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Haruma? Haruma. That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generation of the Asoki clan. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Renosuke. I can be parted from my katana. Haruma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil into two? Not that you would need such compelling. On that subject. Oops. There's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do? With the katana? Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. What did he mean by something important that I have to do? I had hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but... as yet, not found a single clue. I see. That is a question, I guess. Shall we go and say hello to Mr. Sholmes and Iris? Yes, let's go. Hi, Rena and Susie. Alright, you're back. Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirit as always, I see. I am, and you look as immaculate to present as ever, Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you can have come up with a better time. This made up out of tea. I'll set some cups. Oh, nice. This is actually relevant. Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell?
Aha! The Wanderers return at last.
Where on earth have the pair of you been? We've been in court? Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case. That was today, was it? I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure you think you did! Well, we can laugh about it now.
So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We managed to escape without the guilty verdict at least. Really? I would have liked to see it. And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Is the Lord Van Six an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruto. Not quite, I asked, but still. Okay, I'm trying to remember his accent. Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that other? Yes, what is it? It's faint, but it's absolutely awful. Oh, indeed. That's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. There it is. I finally found it. Oh dear. Alright, Albite. What's he up to now? This is gonna be interesting. Okay, the analyzer. This enormous machine takes up the entire desk, doesn't it? It's really very impressive. Ah, how is going on the scope? Yes. It can analyze anything at all, you know. But I've never seen anyone actually using it. Well, it's his invention, so I don't know how to operate it. Why don't you get it to analyze its own operation then? You know, you're a serious of chef today, aren't you? I can see that we have the bullets again. There's all sorts on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. Well, it looks so big and I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. It looks as if it might topple, and yet it doesn't. The epitome of Mr. Sholmes' brilliance. I don't get it. As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my office finally gave away under the strain, though. It looks as if it might topple, and it does. Yes, the epitome of pure disarray. I really don't get it. The Stradivarius! The Stradivarius! This is Mr. Sholmes' famous violin. One he found being sold for a song at a pawn brokery. What's it called again? I'll show you something. Ah, yes, this wonderful instrument features in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. It's a world famous Stradivarius. What? Stradivarius, Mr. Naruto. Are you even trying now? Well, we'll come back to this another time, I think. God, this is always the same with him. The box. It's curious how this enormous metal chest is being used as a coffee table. And even more curious to think that Iris Fairy's notes are about Mr. Sholmes' cases are inside it. You mustn't look in there, Runa. His notes are a secret between Daddy and me. Mr. Sholmes is somehow in this another secret. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. This is different. Who intends to forget, you see? As soon as he solved a case, in fact. Once, when he read one of my manuscripts, we had a terrible argument about it. Never have I solved such a case, he said. He was absolutely adamant. Sometimes I wonder if he's from another planet, don't you? Oh, actually, sometimes I wonder if he's from another planet, don't you? Yeah, he forgot back then. I don't like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Although I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu, putting your legs under a warm blanketed table is so comforting. You be careful, Mr. Naruto. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? You'd suffer terrible burns, you know. Wow, she expects the least of myself. I wish sometimes about how Susato-san sees me. Yeah, exactly. Oh my god. Look at all these mementos from Mr. Sholmes' past cases. You know, Mrs. Sato-san's eyes still sparkle every time she lays eyes on them. Pictures done, do they, Runa? Well, I have read the adventures of Sherlock Holmes now, by order of Mrs. Sato. But the trouble is, having seen the real thing in action, somehow the stories don't quite ring true for me. Well, he solved the cases in the end. I suppose so. Perhaps there's more to the great detective than meets the eye. Oh, she's typing! That's cool. Okay, let's see her concoctions. That's a charming little white shelf, and full of charming little bottles too. Oh yes, but don't touch any of those. They might explode. What? A charming shelf full of charming bottles, full of charming ingredients. A moment, please. There's something weird here. It seems like there's a weird smell, but it might be coming from outside. I couldn't find that search over here. Oh well. You know, I only mistakenly drank from one of them the other day. What? And how? I think he was lucky though. He wasn't exploded yet. Chemistry can be a very hazardous occupation. It's living with Mr. Sholmes that this hazard occupation is just me. Formulas! Ah yes, this is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? So what's on the blackboard today? Look up, Bruno. What is this? Just playing around with ideas for the title of next month's installment. Another idea I had was the burial coronet. I'm real torn about which one to use. What do you think, Bruno? Anything but backup, Bruno, obviously. I suppose you're right. He'll do it. I'll surprise you with it. We'll have it to wait until next month doesn't see. So many sleepless nights. Here it is. It always stressed me how pretty and neatly arranged this tea set is. It's my favorite one. In fact, I think it's high time for an afternoon tea. Wait there, I'll fix a special blend that I prepared for today. Oh, Iris, you do love your tea, don't you? You look so happy in the prospect. And after you've drunk it, well, it's some experimental day life, that's alright. Oh my god! Just what is she about to make me drink? If I remember correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. I think that every single one of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes blossom from this very machine. It's such a dreamy thought. Yeah, I actually had a go on it the other day. The metal bars that move when you hit the keys got all tangled up some power and that made Iris angry. Mr. Naruhodo? You're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again. Oh, now I've made Susato-san angry as well. Well, Iris? Can you please? Iris? That's incredible concentration, that is. I find it quite remarkable how she can focus on so many different things at once. Perhaps I should try drinking more herbal tea. The blend there from the right would be good for you, Rina. Whoa! Oh, okay, Iris? This girl is destined for great things, I'm sure. To be quite honest, she's incredible. Now, let's try to present some things to Mr. Sholmes. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, about this? Shh, not another word. Ah, yes, I see. This would be a collar for... Alright. I just remember this one. I never shown him to get again. Oh, okay. This is actually one known reaction and I didn't read it, so let's read it with another. Mr. Sholmes, about this? No. Sorry? If you will produce such dull items with such a dull countenance, you must expect a dull response. At the very least, you could do something about your face, my dear fellow. I crave visual stimulation. Something like this. Okay, actually I'm gonna change the camera so that I can do it. So, basically he wants something to get a stimulation from. Maybe something like... Yes! Okay, no. Let's go back to the game, sorry. Indeed, that is quite the stimulation I desire. God, that's weird. Oh yes, the crockery of the pale thespian and the mustached bookworm. Name is Mr. Soseki Natsumi, you really should try to remember it. You're right, After all, I've entrapped the man twice now. Yes, the deeply malicious bookworm has a deeply malicious mustache. Oh dear, I'm not sure about that. A deeply misfortunate mustache, perhaps. That too. The mustache is indeed misfortunate. But only because it's malicious. Oh, what wonderful reasoning, Mr. Schultz. You won me for yet again. The bar of soap. I believe you tried to eat some soap once, didn't you? True, yes. I had a theory, but it didn't make cleanse the inside of my digestive system, you see. Was it particularly there, do you think? Indeed, it was. For I had mistakenly imbibed some ink at the time, assuming it to be coffee. I must cleanse at once, I thought to myself. Quite logical, of course. Only you could have an anecdote, only you could have an anecdote about swallowing soap. Okay, nothing about this. Nothing about the currency photo, really? Okay, Schultz. The gas meter. Nothing. Okay, I'm not even gonna wait for this. Let's just go into the conversations. Lord Balloon Bank 6. Yes, it's an interesting subject. He has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecution has fought for someone conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts. Sooner or later, the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue being set upon by a iron wingman. There are numerous routes to one final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is finding fit for the time being, at least. That's not overly reassuring. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Sick's own hand. As it happens, Miss Sato, that is quite impossible. Oh? Why? Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast iron alibi. Really? And so his reign continued. But 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruto. Yes, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into the trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. And it really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again. Bruno, I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky, or incredibly unlikable.
Oh my god! I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing for all of Japanese people. He's racist. And I'm gonna go into that line of thought. I'm just gonna drink a bit. Gonna take my bottle of water. And I'm back. Let's see. Japanese people. With Mr. Natsume, who am currently defending me in Japanese as well as Mr. Sato and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Ben seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed, it is an interesting observation. Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Schultz? It was about 10 years ago that Baron Pen 6 chose to enter the legal profession.
However, before the time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. No! What? That? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened?
Okay, that's unexpected.
I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about that affair. But
I just got a save point there, so it's important.
the bill will be lifted on the events of the past in due course. I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe.
He knows something. Why does he know something? Now, what's the smell? What is that indescribable foul smell?
Ah, well, most probably this, I would say.
What is that?
My dear fellow, it is of course my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not the tea is genuine at the top of some tea. Oh my! There are some unscrupulous souls manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly say with purpose to be high quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of crab flavor.
Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior.
So when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris! Get ready, Hurley! Let us add a drop of fine chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens?
Oh my god, it became black as heck. It turned completely black.
And what a color is giving off! Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes and the more foul the odor, the better the tea is.
Wait, you're running the good tea?
It would appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling.
That's very ingenious.
But what do you do with the black liquid now? Why, dispose of it naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with the reinvention, Mr. Sholmes. Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam.
Right.
The point is we are entering a new era of science. In the world of criminal investigation also. Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times.
Wait, we are getting forensic science now? Emma Sky's ancestor?
I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation, alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Sherlock Holmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. This little tea in the can was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research.
Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that.
So, your tea test is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. As an essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality.
Not a huge number of cases,
Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints? Not yet accepted in our courts of evidence, right? Maybe.
Oh, sorry.
We are dragging our heels here.
Tiene razón. And he's right, sorry. I hadn't even heard of them until recently.
Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course. Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes? There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. Now, what I'm researching is skin prints.
Skin prints?
A nomenclature of my own design, as this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. Really, Mr. Sholmes?
As long as it doesn't turn everything completely others and black.
I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed.
Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover new clues.
That's the spirit, Runa. See you later! Yes, until later.
No, Mr. Jones, we were thinking you'd come with us.
You were?
Yes, of course! You said so just a moment ago.
You said you would witness your forensic talents in action? Ah, yes, I do recall seeing something along those lines. But you go on ahead. What? Just that. Actually, I'll be sure to follow you later. In all likelihood, probably, maybe, well, I might. Oh, Sholmes. Your commitment astounds me. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Maybe that will convince him. Bye, Susie. Is he still typing? Oh, he's over here now. Mr. Sholmes seems to be making funny faces at something on his desk. But he said he was going to come out with us to Mr. Shamsbury's room. No doubt he's preparing something, Mr. Naruhodo. Something amazing. And he's doing it while asleep! Is there no limit to the man's talents? You're having so much fun. Okay. Now let's go. The hospital for Miss Green. What do you suppose is happening? Sounds like some sort of disturbance. Yes, I hear angry voices. Of course.
Be not angry, Aunt Lady, barely thou art mistaken.
Mistaken, my fault, you were looking at my painting!
The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. That was full indeed, the poison that Mustache's village gave it me, forgive me, my lady.
I wish that you died from that poison!
God have mercy, Aunt Lady, but thou seest I have bigger still. Behold, my sham spirit ends!
This looks rather ominous, doesn't it?
Ah! Ah, lo, this is the lawyer from the land whence rises the sun. How now?
What are you doing here, Mr. Shamspeare?
Married, I do believe I am returned to another world.
He was looking, that's what he was doing! Looking at my terrible work!
Mr. Fellow, so dark I cloud. Bid thy working for this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee.
Oh, well, thank you.
But
Whoa!
that doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it?
Whoa, he lost the accent. That was smooth. I think it's not made of.
An innocent.
That wasn't interesting. Mr. Shamspeare might technically be the victim in this case. There's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down.
I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person.
Ah, Miss Green, is everything alright?
Oh yes, I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now.
Oh, I see. We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green.
Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it.
Now, let's check everything around again. Check, 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 checked. Checked. I wanted to see that painting, I couldn't. Oh well, let's talk with her. So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green?
I am.
Thank you. I mean, people do recover from orders like this, don't they? Even people like me. Well, yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it? She's still depressed. I have to say that self-loathing is very sad. As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along and there's no one in, minding my own business. And then completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and caught up unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. What a terrible week it's been for you.
She was not even here.
Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I look back on this fondly.
Really?
Anyway, must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged. Oh yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. Did she poison something? I don't think that she could be the criminal. Is she? Okay. Okay, let's go to Mr. Shamspeare room. And here we go. Lodgings. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson.
What are you doing here?
Well, we're hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah, I know this corner.
Oh, yes, one other thing. Let's open the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? With the tea in it?
Yeah, we found it all right. There was a small amount of tea in it, as you said.
I knew it!
It's with the notification section of the jar now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today.
That's wonderful news, thank you!
Pretty impressive performance in court this morning.
Sorry?
Nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in there.
Oh! Hi, Sholmes! You even appeared after we talked with him. Okay. I'm gonna avoid him for now. This is hilariously dumb. Yep, I can see the stain in the ground, just like I said before. So let's check the window first. Sun never shines in this room thanks to the present breakup window. Yet, with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap outside, can't you? That sounds like a very wise life lesson, Mr. Sato. I wonder if you plan to follow a line of crime, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, that's a good point. Let's check the soap. It turns out that Mr. Shamspeare wasn't eating the soap at all. That's right. Instead of why he had it on a plate whilst holding a fork in his hand, is salt. Yes, the price his latest eyes going out of its mouth. And in the process, he accidentally broke the bar of soap in two. It certainly was hard to imagine, let alone the deuce. There's not much on these shelves, is there? Just this wine glass and bottle. And both of them are cracked. Yes, not much use, are they? What's the matter? I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all. Prosecutor Lorban Six? Yes, he's so reckless with his wine glasses. I was thinking it's a waste and that he should donate some up to the needy. You can suggest it next time we meet. Let's see if she pays attention to you, you know. Hi. Are you looking for new clues, Inspector?
On Lorban Six orders, yeah. Don't come back till you've got something for me, he says.
Oh dear, who are you?
Yeah, poor me, because we've already searched every bleeding nook and cranny in this place. I don't know what he expects, to be honest. Thank goodness for one chips is all I can say.
Well, at least he's honest. Okay, Sholmes, what's the deal here? What are you doing? Mr. Sholmes, what are you up to over there? What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to tend the scene?
Oi! What are you doing here,
Sholmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Se me cayó. Oops. Dear me. Once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems. Now the time is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as I promised? With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. Forensic science! Forensic science! Woo! What's all this? Oh, hi, Sholmes. All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Netwood. Hey, look, Sholmes' sensational skin printer stick and gone. Gone? Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. Sample? From Mr. Shamsbury cup? Each individual leaves in microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this. A fine indicator solution. I liberally sprayed the room with this chemical. Everything the victim touches is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. There now. Spray the chemical indicator about all and all will be revealed. Spray? How do I do it exactly? The piece of air in the area you're entering is all that is higher, like this. I mean, it's his room. Everything in his room is gonna be touched anyway, isn't it? What is that stuff? It's like fog. Suspension of the chemical indicators is in a pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally, whilst I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead, try it, my dear fella. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movement in the night of question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. But it's his room. Everything's gonna be touched. Wait, it didn't touch his letter. Look, there are dozens of handprints here. So there are, a great many indeed, so much so that it's hard to make out any individual print in fact. It seems to just send a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall when he admired this picture? Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene after all. And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Very true, Mr. Sato. It's a bit of a mystery then. Okay, so I already heard this. So what options do I have? Just saving? That means I have to do this. I'm confused now. What do I do now? Okay, so what do I do now, Chomps? I think I already sprayed everything. Or... Nope, that's not the thing that I should do. Definitely not the thing that I should do. I'm pretty sure I already sprayed all over the room, so what am I supposed to do now? Oh, what is this? Oh, look at all this here. Ah, yes, interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints. Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Ah, perhaps he had a bad fall just here? There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over that, is there? I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Jones. Well, it's quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yes, there's no obvious explanation. There it is. That took a long time to find. Well, we spread Mr. Jones' amazing screenprint indicator all over the room, didn't we? We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, what you would say. Oh my god, he has something over there. Handprints on the floor there, and on the wall with a picture, and you mean? Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. Be a moment. Whoa! They actually animated here over there? What is it, Miss Usato? Look here, Mr. Naruhiro. One of the floorboards has popped out? One of them? You mean it's a secret hiding place? Excellent work, Miss Usato. So what do we have in here?
Oi, what are the lot doing?
Inspector Gregson.
Stand aside, right this minute. It's my job to investigate that.
No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips whilst we dig around under the floor here.
Your fancy talk's pulling me off my foot anyway, Schultz. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need.
Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find! It's not a hiding place you could make use of in Japan. I don't think you could leave a straw tatami mat. No, I know. But I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious? There's gonna be a hole, isn't it? I'll investigate at once. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall. How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over there, over and over in one place like that. Here you are, a print for you. Oh my god, really? You could do it? Thank you very much! Simulation can make prints too? Now then, I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything on the floor there. I'm desperate to know! So am I! Okay, so nothing here. Wait, what? Did they react to something new? Of course, the cup. The ill-faced teacups from which the two men drank on the ill-fated night. During their heated literary debate, chess, who's stronger, Romeo or Juliet? Sounded like it was quite a discussion. Now I think of it, I'm sure that the two lovers in the play ended their life with poison. That's fiction, Mr. Sato. Let's hope it stays that way. Love to know if there's anything hidden underneath that floorboard over there. Allow me to agree so now. After all, we're well acquainted. Inspector Gregson, really? It's been too long!
What is it, Sholmes?
I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there. Seeing as we're such good friends.
We're not friends.
No, I suppose not. A dismal failure! Yes, I heard. I still don't know what was under the floorboard.
Alright then, fair's fair.
What?
You discovered the hidden place after all. I suppose I should at least fill you in.
Nope, I haven't. This is actually my first time playing this one, and I'm sharing all of my reaction with this. Really, Inspector? Thank you! Thank you! Do it quickly, my dear fella. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as a wither.
Oi, stop making me out to be some kind of nut! There were 3 items under the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know?
That's an interesting one. Okay. Oh, it's very hot over here. The newspaper clipping.
Looks like this cut was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving time up in Manchester.
How terrible!
It made the headlines sound here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first.
Oh my goodness! He committed a capital offense?
Man by the name of Selden, masterpiece of work into burglars of murder. They say the whore he'd knocked off was worth about £1,000.
Wait, what?
A hoard? Of treasure, you mean? Here will be in the lark, but hidden in it somewhere and no one knows where.
Yep! I've always liked these games after all. I have been waiting so long to keep going on this one. Not exactly the most consistent streamer you can call me.
There will not like, but keep hidden it somewhere, and no one knows where, and now he's dead. The papers loved it, of course. 1,000 pounds lost en route to hell? Or some such was a headline.
Doesn't it strike you, though? Such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor. Ensconced. That is a good point. After all, there is a reason I used Phoenix Wright in my team in Marvel vs. Capcom.
I suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we've got on Selden back at the jar and see if I can turn on anything up.
Well, now that I think about it, the Apollo Justice games are about to come out in a remake. So if you want to pick them up over there, that is going to be the best way of picking them up. They're going to be available in every system, including Steam. Matter of fact, I'm very happy about that. I've always wanted to have all of the games in one single system. Pretty sure that I'm going to buy them and have all of the collection over here. I'm still missing the Trilogy collection on this one though, but it's going to be on sale one way or another. And I do have all of the games physically anyway, except for the ones that are not physical. This one was a gift by a very dear friend. So I actually have the copy, and the box must be upstairs. He died of illness in prison whilst his loot remained undiscovered. The photographic print.
So this is the photograph I found. It looks reasonably recent to me.
Wait! That's Mr. Garidev! Don't worry, it's gonna be in the collection next year. They actually making the second trilogy, so it's gonna be available. It is gonna be available, it's already a given. Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here. That is Mr. Garidev. Who is this guy? His son? And the gentleman on the left? And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Garidev, the landlord, of course. But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Garidev's son, perhaps?
Perhaps. You can take that print if you like.
Really? Are you sure? We can presume, therefore, that the jar already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is. Ah! Is that true?
Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes.
So this may be the reason why they're taking this case like Mommy Monda's case. I don't know who that guy is, but there was a reason we're revisiting this case. This is actually something that was not investigated in the first game. My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work.
All the more reason I'm not telling you!
A dismal failure! Yes, I heard. I don't know who that is. I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden on the floor. I mean, Mr. Shakespeare himself isn't in it. Photographic prints are still very present in the East End. I imagine Mr. Garrido was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it. Thanks so, buddy. $10. Whoa! Yeah, that's gonna be the reason this has been kept silent. This is definitely gonna be. Now this $10 looks interesting, doesn't it? That's it, Kafka. Let us suggest, Inspector, that you open it. If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be in the least surprised.
Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty.
What? Jumpspear! Give us a clue, man! You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box. Yes, thin air, it's empty. Rather like how I feel inside. Is there nothing more to this box then? I wonder. Good night, or since you've been speaking Spanish, Buenas noches. Duerme bien. Oh, there he is. Little kitty. Oh, look, it's that lovely little kitty cat. What was its name? It's Mr. Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him, actually. Why don't we call it, Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. Wagahai! I wonder how he got in here. Clever cat. Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai, there's something delicious I bought for you from the cat's meat man. Oh, so that's why they have Wagahai. Aww. One of my best friends doesn't like cats. The other one has like 2 or 3. This is interesting. He couldn't be happier now, look. I just hope we can bring some happiness to his owner, too. Okay, so I got your information. Let's check the cat. I'm pretty sure that in the 3DS this might have been like one of the pop-up parts. That was a cheeky little meow, hi. Oh, but he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever. I think he may not appreciate that after a while. And we have an investigation to get back to. Okay. So, he came from over here. Okay, I'm pretty sure I checked everything for now. So for now, let's go to Briar Road. Wait, there's holes over there? I didn't remember those. Okay, check everything over here. Check everything over here. There's nothing for me to check on Briar Road. Yeah, the gallery depths room. Wait, yeah. Mr. Karidebaba appears to be out. Well, I suppose we will have to come back again later. And now I think about it, I should start checking around here. I didn't do it last time in order to save some time, but I really like checking everything. We probably shouldn't poke around in here whilst Mr. Gary's out. Oh, really? Everything here is like that? Everything is like that. Oh well. The prison. Oh my god. Here we go again. Oh, Mr. Natsume is back. So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello! Get over here, man.
I am a cat.
Sorry?
I don't know who Mr. Natsume is or Herlock Jones. I don't know who come out course or trials or Bailey or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat.
Mr. Naruto is trying to escape from reality. Trying to? He already has. Completely. So, what is your name then?
Mischief. I have no name.
Mr. Naruto, he hasn't fully thought of his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality. This is so dumb. Do you think you could open up your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume?
I am not a cat.
It worked! He's back in the real world?
What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that! It's obvious! Am I a cursed soul who's never going to escape this accursed fate?
Mr. Natsume, no, this morning proceedings in court prove that there's hope.
Yes, Locum stood up Mr. Naruto's squad was feeling pop, pop! Reverse omnipresent in court, in my lodgings, here, there, everywhere!
What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there's some things we should discuss.
Oh, yes, we must.
He's hilariously dumb.
Have I shown you these before, Mr. Natsume? Oh, yes, the sweet aroma for beloved homeland.
It shows the wearer is a defense lawyer. It means nothing in Great Britain, of course, but I still wear it.
Oh, I know exactly how you feel, Locum student Mr. Naruto Squire.
I got a Maki belly band, I don't feel right without it!
Your Hanamaki belly band?
It's perfect for the cold English winters. Just a thing to keep my tummy warm.
Yes, I see the link. Almost. Mr. Natsume, about this receipt.
It occurs to me now that it was those confounded books that saw me arrested first time too.
Well, I suppose it's true.
After I spent my precious pennies on that, that's the things I get. Now I don't know what I'll with them.
Oh, not way! If I may bury go ahead them too much to open even their covers!
I don't know that we can blame the books for everything that's happened, Mr. Natsume. Mr. Natsume, it's nothing much, but...
Ah, it's been too long since I've been up for a present without a light humble etiquette for homeland.
What?
You're too kind.
I accepted gladly. Sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually. The teacups. Okay, so no, the teacups are no significant to him. Anything significant to him? Oh, the soap? Mr. Natsume, what do you know about this?
That mother-in-law that took my neighbor's life and sent me sliding into the depths of despair! Slippery, sickly, psychotic saboteur!
You've really gone off of soap, haven't you?
Absolutely, and I bet the next time someone gives me soap as a present, it's... friendship finish, family forever!
Oh my god, really? I don't know that we can blame soap for everything that's happened, Mr. Natsume. Nope, nothing. The crime scene? Nope. Nothing. Photograph. Nothing. I thought that he may recognize it or something, but apparently not. Now, let's see. Manchester Strange Wing Prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours of this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shout of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead, or his punishment could be carried out. Interesting. Look at this picture. Whoa, wait, what? Art. Artistry. Just like, olive green. Interesting. Okay, this picture is clear. I don't think that I have anything to show him anymore. So let's just go this morning trial.
In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two occasions that moved me more. If I just blocked those headstand today, being in that courtroom it was the most moving experience of my life, Mr. Student, Mr. Naruto Square.
You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea just as we deduced. Analyzing it as we speak.
There's nothing wrong with the tea. They were found a drop of poison in it, that's it. So, source is
With certainty they're gonna find poison in the tea. I can already imagine that they're gonna find poison in the tea. Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night?
Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was hot back from our bellies.
And at the time, you were both completely fine. Shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shakespeare then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. Mr. Shakespeare.
That Robin Shakespeare! What have I ever done to him?
You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently?
I've been holed up in my room immersed in books. I don't recall anything.
Anything at all?
Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner. Let you know what, Mr. Natsume?
Under the soap, of course. What else?
Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend?
Of course I am. If I had money, I wouldn't have chosen to live in an accursed existence in such accursed lodgings.
Oh yes, you said it's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you?
Exactly. Especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the blow.
Oh my god! Oh my god, I found the connection! But why does it say that he died in the prison then?
It's trying to kill me!
Little offender?
Might I ask Lucam student Mr. Naruto Squire that the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps?
That's interesting.
What's this?
It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shakespeare's room.
Ah, so he knew, did he?
Sorry?
About this man, Selden. The convicted killer, and the evil spirit that behind the curse that afflict my lodgings.
What?
He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another. A miserable mustache match malign Japanese man.
Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit.
That's interesting. The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now, and at the time he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Garrid's house.
What? You live where you do now?
That's right, yes, exactly where I live now, in my very room.
Oh my! Your room was previously occupied by the criminal found guilty of a capital offense?
Before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse?
What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume?
It's already caused one death, a few months after the criminal passed away in prison. And died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger.
It was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside.
He got poisoned by gas. Locked from the inside? Exactly the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it?
Yes. Well, that was the start of it.
Yep. Definitely more music, because this is very good. This is getting good. Hey. There it is. Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume?
The official cause of death was asphyxia.
It is gas poisoning. It is definitely gas poisoning. I've been telling it from the start.
When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas.
What did I say? Gas? I only found that out after I'd signed the lease. When Mr. Garrett came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room.
Landlord's lease luckily legal.
Lucky for Mr. Gary that maybe, but not so lucky for Mr. Natsume. And now you believe that this curse is affecting you?
It is. At first,
I just felt as though I was being watched all the time. And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you?
The dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up.
and the room is a skull size.
But why is your room so cold?
London winters are too cold to be without any heating and overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pillow of light always goes out and the room fills with gas.
Wait, really? That's terrible! That's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened with Mr. Shakespeare last night, when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident that can be explained by a curse, though. So what I'm saying here is that maybe... Could it be that William Shakespeare is actually getting poisoned? Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garrideb's rooms? Okay, I checked everything with him. Let's go back to Garrideb. He may know something now. I just hope he's there already. He is there already. Okay. If I remember correctly. Ah, you're here now, Mr. Garrideb.
Right, all the business it is set for me, you know. Getting out and about.
Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance?
Naturally, fate of my logic hanging in the balance and all that, not a trial to miss.
The fate of what's already been done to your hand of logic, sir, yes.
Of course, the place has caused quite a stir at the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings, or some such.
Oh, well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what the place is going on, don't you know? Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's sort of trial just 2 days ago, you were at the Old Bailey by then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened?
Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business.
I see.
So, what brings you to my haunted abode today?
I'm gonna check everything now that you're here. Books. Oh, a copy of Rand's magazine. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes is being read all over London. Isn't it wonderful?
Naturally, one asks oneself if such a singular detective could really exist. But having met the chap, it's undeniable. He is most certainly singular. Singularly dangerous.
That's genuine public opinion for you, Mr. Sato. That's genuine public opinion for you, Mr. Sato. Perhaps it should be reflected in the stories. Make no mistake, Mr. Naruto. It does not have the sort of public opinion we just heard personally. I'm certain to see where Mr. Sholmes' untainted reputation comes from. Basically, from people who... Oh my god! She's a fanboy that is actually fighting the naysayers. There's a singular prompt drying on that enormous cannon-shaped closed horse. Look. No, Mr. Naruto, that's a real cannon. I knew that. I was just testing you.
Piece of history, that is.
Same plenty of action on the battlefield, I can tell you. The Olga and I are just enjoying the peace and quiet of returning together. And of course, shit come in handy if the enemy decided to launch an attack again. Is there a war going on that I don't know about? I mean, I guess... Are we before the World War? That's your military uniform, isn't it, Mr. Garrett?
Well, ceremonial garb, yes. Been hanging on the wall ever since my retirement badge. Not in active service now, you know. Doesn't mean much to me anymore. You could have the old thing if you wanted it.
Well, it might suit Lord Band 6, perhaps. A really ostentatious outfit like this could be just what he needs. Very tactful, Mrs. Sato. Very tactful indeed. Badges. Good to see Mr. Garrett's Medal of Honor still proudly on the wall. The inscription reads for distinguished participation, if you remember. Yes, I remember, because I remember thinking even I might stand a chance of picking up honors like that.
Wouldn't know it to look at me now, perhaps, when I had my Devil May Care days, you know.
Devil May Care? What did you get up to?
Well, all in the past, of course, and best left there.
But not, I want to know! I want to know now! Let's gossip about your old affairs, man! Ah, yes, those enormous mortar shells. It's quite something seeing them up close, isn't it? Didn't you say something about firing them in the barracks, Mr. Garrideps?
Ah, you remember, do you? Just a little mishap that occurred during training one day. What are you doing firing on your own man? The captain bellowed at me.
I'm not surprised. A little mishap doesn't really do it justice, does it?
Well, one has these little incidents when one's a hot-headed young private.
Perhaps I should put some evidence that resulted from one of my little mishaps on the display. Oh, does the great lawyer, like the great detective, want to exhibit some trophies of his finest moments? Oh boy, here we go. You look very dashing in your uniform there, Mr. Garrett.
Ah, that old board there. Drawn by an art student who used to rent the room downstairs.
Wait, what did you say? Oh, but you look so wonderfully young and courageous and strong.
Yes, well, the chap presented it to me one day and asked if I'd let him off the month's rent in return.
Oh, I see, so you did, presumably?
I volley well did not.
Oh!
A portrait is portrait. Rent is rent. Eh?
And yet it's still there proudly on the wall. Did you get it then? That is actually interesting to ask. We know that the screen is hiding. We know what the screen is hiding now. The aftermath of the fiery altercation the other day.
Don't suppose I'll be able to clear that mess up for some time now.
Oh dear. This must be a very difficult situation for you.
I'll say, people talk about twist of fate and whatnot. But this is a twist and a half, I rather than show around.
He's clearly struggling with everything that's happened. The window! There's a good view over the wintry east end from up here. It's an oppressive grazing. There's really nothing comparable in Japan. And down below Briar Road, powerfully blanketed in snow. And the pavement where poor Miss Crane was struck in the back by that knife. Thinking about it, this is the only room in this building that actually has a window to the outside world. Sometimes Great Britain really does seem like a strange land, doesn't it? I suppose all foreign culture seems strange at first. Maybe how an Englishman would feel on arriving in Japan and seeing people with a John Maggie top knot. Well, that's a good point. The destruction. These shelves look like they've been completely torn apart by a wild beast.
Reminds me of the Battle of May one, don't you know?
Ah, the experience of a seasoned veteran?
Enemy had us surrounded on all sides. We all thought we were done for. The whole Valley Company.
We were talking a real pounding from their canoes, so all we could do was run for our lives. Oh, I thought that story was going in a different direction, actually.
Well, the whole experience taught me one thing, I can tell you. If you're done for, you're really done for.
Ugh. That's not what a lawyer who often finds himself under fire wants to hear. That's a good point. Oh, the cakes! It's an impressive collection of cakes on the fancy silver cake stand there. I felt sure that it was full of cakes when we first investigated it here as well.
Yes, quite right. Haven't touched it since. Haven't done much at all really since it all happened. Time's rather stood still for me, you know.
Oh! Time has stood still? Now that's an interesting phrase. I might be able to use that excuse when I'm not supposed to be tidying up the office. You could just tidy up, Mr. Naruhodo. I really like how she can read hair.
Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, Yes, the house does seem to have something of a magnet for fellows of late. Thanks to that bully curse.
The convict's curse, you mean?
Ah, heard the stories, have you? Brother Scoundrel was arrested here, then the next chap in the room goes and kills over. Then there was that woman who dropped dead just outside on the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. Am I next, sir? Well, can't help but get the cool collie wobbles, can you?
When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green, who was stabbed with a knife, and Mr. Shamspeare, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still.
Yes, well, so is the blessed convict's curse, it seems.
Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings.
Oh my god, what are you doing here?
A bath, toilet, a fireplace, and fascinating history. Why? It sounds like the lap of luxury. I'm not so sure about
that. Well, there's no bathroom toilet included. No fireplace either.
But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up here?
Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things. In case there are any mishaps or such like.
Nobody reacted to Sholmes. I think you've had your mishap already, sir. That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. Heaven forgive me. The words just came to my lips. He was not here! He was not here! What happened? Your lodgers!
Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character,
There's no need for that, Mr. Garidev. That's right, Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy. He is undeniable peculiar, however. Is it right that we took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away?
Yes, that's right. I asked the state agent to find someone and he popped up the very same day. Never come across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were.
I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually. So, how long has Mr. Shamspeare been lodging under your roof?
That fell actor chap? Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it.
Only 3 months? He's quite new here too, then. And to what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garrett, if I may ask?
Well, it was that Selden scoundrel as it happens.
Selden? The convict, you mean? Selden and Shamspeare have some kind of connection then? That's interesting.
That convict chap, Selden, passed away in the clink 3 months ago. You see? Some malady or other.
Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time.
Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face. The actor fellow.
Really? He's actually Selden, isn't him? Fake his dead or something?
Yes, I remember it quite distinctly.
This small this world we inhabit, with Lander heed my request. I, the humble Shakespeare, the desire to take thy room on the middle floor, offer, while for rent.
terribly sorry and whatnot, but that won't be possible. We have a lodger in the middle floor. Ground floor room's vacant.
I'm starting to get what's going on.
Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat my will unto thee.
Those calls have been muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor's taken. It's ground floor, nothing.
Very well. We have an accord.
Glad to hear. Welcome to Briar Rock.
Lo, a Shakespeare dance to celebrate!
He wanted the room. There's treasure in the room. I'm pretty sure of that. Okay. There's treasure hidden in Mr. Natsume's room. Of that I'm sure now. And William Shakespeare is trying to get to that treasure. That is where Wagaha is coming from. There's a hole in the walls or something.
From what I heard in court today, sounds like the chap was stealing gas. And he was 3 months in arrears with the rent too. Yes, the fellow was a ballet player, alright.
Wait, he hasn't paid anything? Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garriott. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words.
Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal lodgings in me. Longings.
What's happened to you?
Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know.
Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines then? You're gonna talk with me. First. Mr. Garrett, gotta show you this.
Been quite a couple of days, as you may imagine. I'm afraid I'm rather tired. I haven't really got the energy and the old eyeballs, to be honest with you.
Some other time then. You. Mr. Garrett, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there?
No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Rose was his name.
Duncan. Duncan Rose?
Street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot. Just for kicks, really.
Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume?
Yes, that's right.
Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say.
Yes, young Duncan lived in a room at the top of the first flight of stairs before the Japanese job.
Would you mind telling us a little more about him?
Yes, Duncan Rose. Young chap was attending art school, but too worth to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor room about a year ago after the criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them.
History of cheap rent, maybe, yes.
Yes, well, anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now. I didn't quite work out the old trick of watching the cast times to see what my lodgers are up at the time. So suddenly I was rather tired to discover what had happened. Well, of gas that alerted me it was.
Yes, synonymous with the smell of death.
Called the police straight away, of course, and the officers kicked the door off its hinges. Once we got inside, the whole valley collapsed.
Because of the gas?
Yes, room was full of it. No air at all. Dope must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed.
So Mr. Rose suffocated to death.
Of course, the police gave me a some tickling off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. I tell you how much it set me back to have the law replaced over the house.
But even after you had all that work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. The stove goes out at night while he's asleep in bed.
Well, that's the curse, the convict's curse. I've done my duty as a landlord.
Someone's feeling defensive.
Ah, that reminds me actually.
Yes?
About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady.
Aww. A love letter, Jimmy?
Yes, where did I put it now? Ah, here it is. Left in my desk.
If you'll excuse me, let me see now. What does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Do you think we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? Dear Susato, that is precisely why I preface my reading with if you'll excuse me. I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes, no!
Sadly, he didn't address it though. So I have no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really.
I see. That's going to play on my mind. But really, the identity of Mr. Ross' sweetheart has no bearing in this case. I think we should leave well alone. Yes, I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient address is missing. However, there is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Mr. Jones, please! I've already had to chastise you about this once. My undying love to you, my color for darling, olive green.
Oh my god, direct to the point.
Olive green? The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her backside wants this about outside this house 5 days ago. But the victim of the last case of sexting was in court for who regained consciousness only yesterday. The just chance that her name has come up now? Could it be a mere coincidence? Mr. Naruhara, whatever can this mean? Reading personal, corresponding to its marriage, you see, Mr. Sato?
I found a huge clue!
Okay, so now. Ah, an Altamont gas meter, yes. Decent fireplace in here, of course, and no need for a gas stove. But there's nothing better than a gas lamp for reading in bed, huh?
Actually, Mr. Natsume mentioned that the gas supply to his room kept failing.
Ah, yes, that. I had the gas company look into it. But they couldn't find the thing wrong. Chap must have been imagining things.
I don't think he was imagining it. The poor man woke up unable to breathe.
I think it was put down to ghosts at work or some such in the end. Place must be haunted.
Okay, so nothing over there.
Nothing over there.
I think that's it. Only thing I can do is go somewhere else. I think I'm going to check on Miss Green. He does have the sign. Oh, she's gone? Well, her bag is still there. Mr. Narukada, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last. This is good news, but hopefully just before she leaves. What is it? Miss Green! She was about to kill herself. She was about to kill herself? What was that? She clearly just hit something behind her back. One moment. I will be doing a Wi-Fi. Oh, hello everyone. What are you doing here? The doctor said I can be discharged. I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing, really. was just about to take some medicine that were prescribed for me. That's all. Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you if that's alright. I don't really have anything else to tell you. She was about to kill herself. Okay, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can pull something out of her. This is a card that Miss Green was looking at so intently before, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, we shouldn't be picking at a young woman's private effects. Alright, I should be picking for gentlemen's effects. You mustn't do that either. And maybe you, Susato, shouldn't be peeking into a young man's mind either, hmm? He's a mind reader! This is the bottle that Miss Green was just about to drink from when we arrived. Yes, you look rather preoccupied, didn't she? Perhaps it's very bitter. I can stand bitter medicine. I suppose that could be it. In fact, whenever a doctor prescribes me medicine for a number of days, I always take it all at once. No! Well, if you have to take some medicine, don't you like it? It's best to get it all out of the way in one go, isn't it? Oh dear, and I thought it was Miss Green I should be worrying about at the moment. I even got it out an achievement out of that! It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. Oh yes, thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. People like me anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and shout. Certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. She's suicidal because of what happened. Oh my god. Miss Green, about this. Oh, could you just hold out there for a moment? Don't move. Sorry? No. The aesthetics are all wrong. Is it wrong to feel that I feel so proudly rejected? Truly. Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Oh no! I'm so sorry! The bottle of medicine fell down when she did. Oh, Miss Green, are you alright? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to start with you like that. No, it's alright. Just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter. To you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan. A year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamed of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved? Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. Oh, I get it. I'm starting to understand where this is going. That's why we decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding. And that's what led him to Mr. Caridex. Yes, he told me he'd found the worst, but cheapest room in the entire East End. Then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened. We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green. She looks desperately sad. I was starting to think that's just her look. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. I hope you won't think I'm being rude, but... Do you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital very soon. Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruhodo! The rat! The rat is dead! I knew it! Surely you were not about to leave. That's quite out of the question. What? Mr. Sholmes, I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadow, as always. Well, make your presence known next time. Mr. Sholmes, what's this about? Something which occurs to me has, with some regularity, Mr. Sato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex-post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? There's a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening. With nothing but careful observation. She's suicidal. That was possible. Alright. All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look, and you cannot fail to see. You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can. Okay. What is this? The mouse seems to be dead. Look! I didn't notice that before, did you? It's because he just died. I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived. You don't think... I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yes. I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the concept of bottle you had before has spilled down on the floor. The poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. Oh! I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Don't worry. I will attend to the mouse presently. Oh, Mr. Sato. You didn't have to. Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life? Once we'd left, you would have put it on your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison? Oh. Miss Green, please! Please talk to us! Good one, Mr. Sholmes. Good one. It definitely feels as though this car must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand, in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere. Yes. It may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believed was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it. Suicide. 10 seconds later, and we would have been arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would have not enjoyed the most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective. Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted. Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine? Well, at this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out while he wasn't working. It conspicuously lacks a label. Wonder what it contains. Give me a second. I'm afraid I don't really know. But I thought if I drank it, it must just stop the pain somehow. Oh, please, Miss Green. Don't talk of such things. Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison. Yes, but that poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh no! It's all my fault! What have I done? I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection? No, no. Neither the sender's name or address appear to be written on the envelope of the card. Wait! It matches perfectly. It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Home to the Slogan Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It's a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute. 17th? Of this month? That's the day that you were stabbed on Briar Road. And 5 p.m. is precisely the time when the incident occurred. By sheer luck! By sheer freak luck! The Slogan Cellar, yes, above in the northern corner of Briar Road. This actually does remind me of it. Briar Road, just being the street that Mr. Gardep's house is on. Does this mean that? Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day when I was struck in the back by the knife. She's holding a key? But that key is for the door! He wants to get in! I was actually on my way to the Slogan Cellar. Goodness. So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day. I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything. Yes, I'm very sorry to have had to drag up such painful memories for you. No, it's fine. Miss Green. Please. Promise us you won't try to do anything like that again? Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has a bottle now anyway. And besides, I stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison. And I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. I don't know how, but I actually did not read that. I kinda just immediately assumed that that was what she was going to say. And I said it exactly as the game said. Because this was actually very cool. It might sound a little conceited, but well, that's how all this has made me feel. Ugh. Leaving Miss Green and Miss and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. It's night now. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigatory for today. Yes, it's late. And Mr. Nerudo, did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shamspeare or Mr. Garetev's lodgings, the convict Selden. There are many facets to this case, and we're yet to see the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling anyway. I can't help wondering about the result of the analysis. Into Mr. Natsume's thing, you mean? Yes. Will they have found strychnine in it or not? Well, I think that either way, it will be hard to escape the grip of our friend Mr. Reaper. Oh dear. Yes, Barak 1-6. But I wish you every success, of course. And I thought I was late to race this morning. Tomorrow will be a new job. I just spring from my bed at the crisp hour and I train the travel. Mr. Schultz, you're going to come? Indeed, whatever happens, I shall be there. Assuming my Alice compared in the morning, she is going to miss it completely again. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. But away from the razzle dazzle, down by Alice and behind bricked up windows, the lonely lurk. Osaki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here. So I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. And Mr. Schultz said tomorrow would be a new dawn, for all of us. This is insane. Okay, so this is what's gonna happen. I'm actually hungry, to be quite honest. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make myself something very fast, and I'll leave the game over here for a moment, so that you can actually take a wait for me until I come back. I'm just going to put some music on the game anyway, which is of course just advancing the next scene. And after that, it's I'm gonna pause it for a moment so that I can get myself something. I'm very hungry, to be quite honest. This is the letter that you're gonna find. And for now, let's go into the game for a moment, just so that I can get into a pause. Whoa! Okay. Not expected. This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo. And with music in the background, I think it's time for cooking something. Here we begin. Okay, I'm back here. Sorry for the wait. I decided to try something new. I actually have never cooked egg like this before. I let's see if it can be seen over here. So basically, what I did was put them in a skillet that I covered, and I allowed the actual heat from the skillet to cook the outside without actually flipping it. I've never done them like this before. They look very interesting. I hope they're good. But anyway, I'm gonna be eating while we play, so for now, let's get back into the action. Okay. Going back into the normal mode, and here we go. This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsume. Do everything. And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Mr. Sato.
Referring society, selfish sideline! Selfishly sidelined!
Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume.
Good morning! Good morning! Look, I'm starting my Stellar Squire! Listen to you too! Chatting my ways happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here! Why would you do that? Why?
Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly you were meditating, not being in our calm. It seemed wrong to me to disturb you.
Persuaded!
What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different, sir. How today?
Why natural? That's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own depth.
Or such like?
The sort of more conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut.
Hmm. Mm-hmm. Not bad. I miss the science, I'm afraid, somehow. You'll have to forgive me. And you mustn't talk to your path leading to you to death, Mr. Natsume.
That was just an example!
Oh, yes, there it is. Inner calm.
You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was surely about a minute to your beautiful long-lost homeland.
We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Ooh. Egg. Egg! This is quite interesting. And now, the actual person. This tastes as if I had boiled an egg. What a new way to eat it, to be quite honest. Maybe I overdid it because I thought that this was going to make the perfect sunny side up egg. And I have to check with somebody else later. Somebody that actually knows how to cook. But it is still good. We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Yes, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh? What sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. Alright. It would seem Mr. Jones isn't coming today after all. It's very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. It's a very clear message, I think. That he's overslept again.
The great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, please me. Defendant, and your legal representative. Trial's about to begin. Make your way into the court immediately.
Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the persecution, the defendant fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere. I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client. And I have to keep fighting to the very end, that's all. God, I was so hungry and I didn't even realize it. I'm gonna bring something to cook. My water's back. Oops. Fans. There it is.
In the name of their Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready.
Very good. Now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by the law to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Absolutely. Justice will be done. You mark my words.
I feel obliged to say I felt especially ruthless on this when my hat is sitting just right. Oh, well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me. And please be as ruthless as you love. Oh my god! Ugh. Thieves deserve to die if you ask me, especially gas thieves. I've no sympathy for the man at all.
No, I said it yesterday and said again now. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems.
Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous paradise again today.
Now, Lord Jones, what can you tell us? The prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea.
So he does have the results. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the black guy in the dock. Pray, allow me a moment to savor a liquid of more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid and a little depression on the top of it.
Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night.
Well, the brains had the jar and President Yes, you're right. Was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it.
No poison at all?
In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear.
What a revelation! As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsumi, is... Let's see, what was he saying? He's blameless here. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. What? Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap of on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the tanks and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? Or... my word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel. Oh god! Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tears on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shakespeare, whom the prosecutors now calls back to the stand.
This is gonna get messy, isn't it? Very well. I will uphold the prosecution's request.
Mr. Shakespeare. Yes, it sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our critical friend.
Well, show Mr. Shakespeare to the stand.
Here we go! Mr. William Shakespeare, the victim of this despicable crime.
Oh heaven! Oh hell! Do you command me to remember? For simply was I, Shakespeare, did have a bellyful of the foul food given in mine innocence.
Yes, but it was revealed in yesterday's proceedings. The witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe.
By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes.
One may smile and smile, and be a villain. Forsooth was I, Shakespeare, did have a room full of the soot fuel given.
That's right, fellow jurors, don't forget, this man is a rotten thief. I haven't forgotten, got told about the ice cream and a tiny secret, didn't you? You should have owned up sooner.
Arrest him, I say! Arrest him at once, and let him feel the sting in my tail!
Oh, indeed. I think the violent currently means I have plotted to further mine own ends. I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins. Of that I'm sure.
If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here?
Cowards die many times before their deaths. And for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But would that still greater crime pass unpunished? But I, that the very-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did.
Hairy-faced gentleman of farther east? Oh! Natsume.
And Verona did contrive to poison me.
But there was no poison that they found in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will be cleared by the witness testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shakespeare?
Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak.
Very well. The witness testified to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why is it that poison apparently entered your body, while no one was finding the tea.
Gas. Thanks. Check mine. They're okay.
The Japanese command did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured out his wicked poison. Was finding distraction in our debate, near did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Yes, it's no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap.
The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience.
Right. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if a poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance.
But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. I knew that. By now, it should be perfectly clear. Out of two of ship's soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands.
Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I Shakespeare be a common thief of gas.
But listen here, ladies and gentlemen.
Wherefore would I lie? Verily I have no cause. I have naught to lose.
Well, I do declare.
Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Here we go!
The Japanese man did come to my chamber with he brewed in a pot.
Hold it!
I understand that you were already acquainted with Mr. Natsume, is that correct?
I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Do I know thee? Or know thee not? Methinks this is all I can know, that thy destiny mingles with mine.
You lost me at the thirsty.
So, sir, thou must learn the English tongue afore thou turnst thy hand thou
Oh my god, what? You must learn the English tongue afore you turns thy hand to your hands to lawyer. Before I did, but I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture.
Verily and in truth, it was a fine flavor brew. A drop of poison did barb its sweetness, as a thorn doth bar the sweet rose. That, dear friends, to be the simple truth.
Listen to Miss Shakespeare. Listen to Miss Shakespeare. He seemed to be in better form than he was yesterday. Either that or I'm in worse form.
That faded evening after I did die. At Grove's Grovery, a local alehouse of good report.
Wait, what?
Now did pass my lips but the tainted black tea. But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first. It was in my cup alone that the wit make it miscreantly pour his wicked poison.
Hold it!
Are you saying that you saw the moment when the poison was added to your tea?
You have witnessed the act and then drank the tea? Thou dost describe the actions of a fool.
Quite so.
But no one likes going thirsty, do they?
Sooner would I take quenched and parched, but I have the choice.
Actually, on the night in question, the water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it?
Were it not for the tea, I would sooner have died frozen than quenched or parched.
Right. No ice coins means no heat.
The witness had more than one brush with death on the night in question, it would seem. Remind the court, Mr. Shakespeare, as to whether the accused drank any of the tea which he brought with him. With the greatest of pleasure, my liege. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, neither did a drop of his own drink pass his lips.
Hold it!
But the teacup Mr. Natsume drank from was found completely empty at the scene. And let's not forget the defendant's Matsu. Drink tea while it's hot!
I did go from the poison cup that night, and in mine agony did I ride uncontrolled. In fits of pain it knocked the fellow cup and its contents be lost blood from a quaking wood, methinks. But certainly, was after I had made the coins of ice from his tea. An upset cup was found on the table that the victim was slumped over. There is no contradiction here.
There is, actually. It's true. There was no tea left in either cup we found at the scene. But still, something about this statement is troubling me.
Yep. Of course. I know what it is. Mr. Natsume's wise drink tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it?
No, I'm not sure that's it.
God, Naruhodo. Ryunosuke. Pay attention, man! Thank you, witness. Now reiterate for the court. What is it that occupied you after your guest had left for the drank your tea?
When he departed by and by, I did use that tea to remain in his cup to make my coins of ice.
That's a lie.
Hold it!
And I just realized why. Yes, so that you could cheat the gas company, in fact. Isn't that right?
To cheat or to die is life's only choice.
Yes.
Faith, to cheat to be the wise choice, and mine occupation be not an ugly one. Prithe, dost thou not see the beauty and the simplicity of the ruse?
No, I don't. And be very sure, sir. Once this trial is over, Altamont Gas will take you to task over this legal task.
I shall not run, I shall not hide. So to say, I have nowhere to run nor to hide. But my lady, what wouldst thou with this pitiful player?
Now I'll tell you what I'd like to do with you. Starting with that shoddy shirt on your back.
It's time for a Shakespeare dance!
What a harsh world we live in. The thieving of the gas was addressing yesterday's proceedings. The prosecution calls on the defense not to muddy the waters with irrelevancy.
Is there a warrant, Consul?
Yes, my lord.
Am I the one in trouble here? Mr. Shakespeare, after the accused returned to his own lodgings, used his teeth to make your points. Is that correct?
To cheat or to die. I did make my choice many moons ago. Thus, it's no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soul.
Hold it! If having first made your special points, it was after 2 in the morning when you collapsed, that would mean you can't have drunk anything yourself until around the time.
Once ensnared by literary debate, not else be found in the force of the mind.
The debate about Romeo and Juliet. Who was the stronger of the two?
Rightly did I pay no heed to the tea as I rested with the abominable fellow.
I don't remember debates like that when I was studying.
Are you suggesting that neither of you actually drank the tea whilst it was hot that evening?
My lord, well still that thou be privy to some Shakespearean wisdom. Husband, wife, and I tip it be.
Ah yes, so very true. Everyone has different preferences when it comes to tea.
I think you might have interpreted that wrongly. It's been proven that there was no poison in Suseki-san's tea. That should be hugely in our favor. But the atmosphere in this courtroom today.
It feels as though everybody's against us, Mr. Naruhodo.
It must be the Reaper's poison.
I'm afraid that if we don't find a significant flaw in this testimony somewhere, jury will pounce and find Mr. Natsume guilty.
It really feels like we jump into the fire here. This is the one.
Objection! You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question, and that you used the tea that was left in his cup to make your fake coins, but that's not possible.
How, chop logic. What is this, you eye-clad fiend?
The 2 teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof.
Incontrovertible?
What difference? Look at the inside of the cups. Just here, there's clearly visible ring. Yes, a theory. Come on, please, enough.
Indeed, such things occurs all too readily when one leaves a tea in a cup for a while.
And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring.
Good lord! It's completely clear!
And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it?
Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted.
Drink!
While it's hot!
That's right. Yes! The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well. After several hours, the tea was left standing.
But,
Wait. Stomach. In short, Mr. Shakespeare, you clearly lied to the court.
Get me to the nunnery!
Objection!
As a rule, I fill my hollow shots up to 7 times during any one trial.
What, is this a reference to the... Yeah.
You might want to keep that information to yourself. Yet on occasion, Tyrion distracts me, and I pour more times than I intend until the bottle is dry.
Your drinking habits are fascinating but irrelevant.
On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shakespeare,
Yes, my liege?
thou you previously stated that you made the coins of hearts from the leftover tea in the accused cup. Could it be that you were perhaps mistaken?
Huh?
Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene?
Oh, whoa!
A fact that had vanished from your memory until now.
He's leading the witness again.
Nay, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, this is I thought thou must seen with thine own eyes that night.
What?
Forsooth, I was mistook. I planned to use the tea from the Japanese fellow cup, but when I looked, it was empty. And thus did I see the drugs that fester in the teapot, as my liege did suggest.
Objection!
And you just suddenly remember now that you made a mistake before? Are we supposed to believe that?
Objection!
People's memories are imperfected, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us 2 things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that the spoiled cup was not the source of insipid ice cream that had bewitched this court.
The prosecution made a fine summary of the facts.
Further, the testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, the inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. No!
What's this mean then?
I do declare it means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony.
Apart from the bit of thieving gas, obviously.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Alley House at night, not that passed my lips, but the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as there.
Black tea? And on what diet did you dine, sir?
Why, I did partake of my favorites. My brothers would be called soup and leaf as would. I did partake of my favorites. Our brothers would be called soup, and a leaf as would be called salad.
St. Salute's a menu's establishment where it was served.
But you gods will give us so false to make us men. Well, then will I suffer what punishments be sent to be served a weak thief of gas, but I pray you wise and noble fellows ne'er forget simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. Jurors and all, your humble servant Shakespeare doth entreat you, punish the Japanese fellow for his sins.
My lord! If I may speak, my lord! Yes, Mr. Foreman? I believe we may have been duped by the rotten defense lawyer.
By me? I do declare you may be right. We all know that Wayfarer was making coins of ice to keep himself warm.
This lawyer says if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, huh? He's been leading us up that garden path, that's what he's been doing.
I really never said anything like that.
But what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time. We won't be swayed from it. The court acknowledged the position of the jury foreman and will duly hear the jury's findings.
What? No! You can't, Jet!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty. Hey, boy! Summation examination now?
I hereby declare the jury to be in one accord.
Oh, happy day!
How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination.
Very well. The court upholds the defense's right.
Typical, my learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth.
The trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Heroes, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
Judicial findings!
I'm a man of logic, man. And having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty.
I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can't quite understand why the man would want to avoid pain. The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gas is. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to live around the city and maintain the pipes.
Truth be told, the thing my wife sets up for me is it's a little sketchy at times.
If nothing else but the victim sleeps at night, there's no other explanation, is there?
I mean... there's something interesting here.
I feel perhaps personal opinions about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. But never mind.
No, you really should mind. The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hoped. And Mr. Shamsbury was poisoned. There can be no doubt of that. Then how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish a method by which Mr. Shamsbury was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court, incontrovertibly. But that's almost as impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it though, Mr. Natsume will. If found guilty.
No delays, counsel. Proceed with the examination immediately.
I'm an unfaulty me and having considered all the evidence, the defendant was logically be guilty. All the evidence you say?
That's right. There's no room for doubt. It's all pointed out that the Japanese man with the big mustache.
Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache. Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind. If only we had that kind of evidence. Don't worry, the summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps we're achieving the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light. Let's hope so. To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock. I do agree that gas is far too expensive and can't understand why the man would want to avoid paying.
Hold it!
This isn't time or the place to be discussing the price of gas, madam. But really, think of the injustice. Air is a gas and air is free. Why should Altamont gas cost money? It makes my blood boil. I can't feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever. This is not time or the place to be ruthless either. If I might interject here... yes, madam? It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price your company charges for gas. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up. Oh, what a beastly man! That unkept mustache, those controlled shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas. A totally forgivable. No. Mr. Natsumi isn't the one who's been stealing gas. I'll thank you not to go adding on more crimes. Mr. Natsumi has been poisoning tea either. Well, anyway, I've come out of my mind. It is as made up as the price of gas.
Wow.
This stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, I tell you. Could we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir? Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I take poison over gas every time. You take poison? What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it? Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can light or heat up a room. Oh, you're right! I hadn't considered that at all! Oh my god. Did you, lawyer man? Yes? You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative.
Wow. Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure.
Anyway, the point is I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past.
What do you mean?
Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to live around the city and maintain the pipes.
Hold it!
Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack underway here in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. Supposed to sit here and take it? Am I? I don't think so! He's really buzzing now.
Buzzing, I get it.
I don't care about our wonderful fields explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, hmm? What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison.
Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the death of pure gas is deplorable.
My point exactly, but the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know.
More devious?
Who, madam? Other gas companies, of course.
Other gas companies?
Oh,
Quite what I was expecting. That's actually quite surprising. I thought that they would have a monopoly on this.
we generate gas and deliver it to our customers fair and square.
Indeed, nobody's questioning that, madam. Altamont is an exemplary gas company.
But there are others unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all.
What?
But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think of it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that.
They steal the gas? How on earth is such a thing possible?
Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and deliver gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the household supplied by those pipes. And take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours, without us even knowing. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally? What a brazen form of theft! When we visit customer houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its streets.
Really? Really?
I have no idea. It's almost unbelievable. It might seem unbelievable to you, but it's happening all the time, right here in the capital. It's very difficult to selling something you can see, you know. Very difficult indeed.
Thank you, that will do. Clearly, this is a very involved subject, but I feel we have been disgraced rather too much already.
I concur. Though if my learned friend wishes to become an expert in gas, I believe the subject will suit him well. To your new career in nothingness! Thank you so much.
You will turn your attention to the next year's assertion, please, Counsel.
You noticed, didn't you, Susato?
But with all the team I work sets up for me, it's a little sketchy at times.
Hold it!
You mean it's poisoned?
That's right. It's happened I've had it a few times now. This is most trouble indeed. It's always says like this, but I don't get any wages. I get in the tea time, see. I see her doing it, my wife. She gets that devilish look on her face, and she'll slip some white powder into my cup.
And you drink it anyway?
I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you copper, you drink it.
And what happened to you? Why did it taste like?
It was god awful, believe you me. Salty as hell!
Oh, that's just salt. Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt.
No! So, she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, huh? Unbelievable.
Oh my god.
Let's move on, please.
If nothing else past the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there?
Hold it!
Actually, there will be. Does that mean that if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, you change your leaning?
Huh? Sorry? What's that now?
Oh, what I was just saying if the victim did actually eat or drink something else on the night.
What's the matter with you?
Sorry?
I said if nothing else past the victim's lips at night, there's no other explanation, is there? Haven't you been listening to me at all?
I feel there's an English expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here. I love that phrase. Compared to the other jurors who don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all, it would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceeding far more intently. I suppose. The trouble is, he has selective hearing? Exactly. But still, this juror may well be the key to break through that we so desperately need. Yeah, I get what you're going. This is hopeless! There's no way for me to appeal to these people. I did think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way in which Mr. Shamsbury was really poisoned. We have to prove that it happened some other way, and not via Mr. Natsume's tea. Yes, I know. The trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it happened. Mr. Naruhodo? I wonder if perhaps there's something you might have forgotten. Oh, like what? It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something that someone else says. If you'd like to remind you exactly what I mean, I'd be more than happy to, of course. Once again, Suzuki's sense fate is entirely in my hands here. I probably owe it to my client to hear any advice as my assistant may be able to offer. Perhaps I ought to let Susato remind me, then again. No need. I can't completely remember. Actually, I don't think there's any need. It's vital that we still trying to change the Zoro's minds as soon as possible. Of course, I'm sure you're right. But if you decide that you would like your memory refreshed, you need only ask Mr. Naruhodo. And yes, I know.
Hold it!
Here we go! This is actually a long conversation.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, guess what? It's your time!
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3? Oh golly, you mean me? That's the voice that I was looking for. As soon as I heard the oh golly, it actually made me think how I wanted him to sound.
I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself.
I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct?
Well, yes. I just got a little riled about it recently, you see.
Go on.
An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipework. We need to ask you for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check on your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in. And do you know what he did?
I'm, afraid I have no idea. Please tell us.
He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it.
What do you think you're doing, John man? You're gonna away company secrets there.
Oh, please, everybody knows. But it was very nearly the death of me, so I can tell you.
What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network.
Yes, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it?
Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing out through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment.
Ah, I see. In other words, if upon blowing into the pipe the lights of an adjacent property that has no contact with your company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes.
Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have some teams of workers going around neighbors to investigate which lights flicker.
The trouble is the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might, and you can guess what happened, can't you?
Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean...
That's right. The lights didn't just flicker, they went out. Along with the stove, gas started pouring into the house.
What a disaster! The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out.
I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? I said.
So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to distinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. Is he trying to kill Natsume with that? He's trying to kill Natsume! And then, when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently slips into the room. Mr. Naruhara, I think perhaps... Yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Juror number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information.
Oh, well, if you like. I don't mind.
Well, I do! That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues that tried to riddle us.
Like I said, ma'am, it's widely known already.
Very well. Juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly.
Yes, my lord. Although I'm not really sure what the point of all of this is. You also fell into a gas pipe and just extinguished everything in the house. And then you're in real trouble.
When you say extinguish everything in the house, do you mean even on different floors?
Oh yes, all floors are connected to the same pipe after all.
That's true of every building. Because gas supply contracts are issued for whole properties. Well, I had no idea that it was possible to distinguish gas appliances simply by blowing down the pipe. It's not something we like to publicize, to be honest. But we have to carry out these investigations, as I'm sure you can appreciate.
Indeed. It has been mentioned on more than one occasion in the papers even.
Is that so? It's been mentioned to me too, very recently. An incident involving the gas stove going out inexplicably, almost leading to someone's death. Yeah. Mr. Naruhara, maybe... Yes, it's finally started to fall into place. The secret links that joins all of these strange occurrences. Okay, pit him against him.
Objection!
These two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statement do you refer, counsel?
Juror number 6, did you hear what juror number 3 just said?
Huh? What? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other.
There is another explanation here, I believe. Something behind Mr. Natsume T did, in a manner of speaking, past the victim's lips on the night in question.
What? What explanation?
I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe fitting the wall light on at the scene? To see if there were any traces of poison there? I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time. But the mouth of a gas pipe. Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. What a piece of work! He's a man. What are you trying to say, Mr. Shakespeare?
What speakest thou? But I think is it not strange and strange? That it is what I say to thee, sir.
I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that fits the wall lamp in your mouth. And that is how the poison came to enter your bottle.
Good lord!
Oh, Chicho! Let's see what's going on over here. I actually didn't notice when you arrived here. Oh, Chicha, it's good to see you here. You either splash your face with water or go to sleep or face the wrath of a sapling when I see you. Give me a second. I have been using this to dry my face, to be quite honest, because of the whole sweating and everything. You know that I'm not very good with heat, so yeah. But
Are they excellent gas pipes? Is that what he's saying?
or is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress would perform a kissing with him,
For shame, man, speaking thy fancy.
I assure you I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
This is no summation examination. This is a farce.
The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned neighbor's friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips to the pipe that fits it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions.
There's no possible proof that the man did as you say.
Ah, really now? Oh my god, this is starting to make sense.
Objection!
It's true. I have no proof that Mr. Shamsky put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamsky has been doing something in front of the lamp on his wall. And I have evidence to prove it. Uh-oh. Oops. Where did it fall? There he is. Quick one, get over here. Ouch.
Alright, you've got her attention. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself.
So would I. Let's see this evidence then.
Now that I've got the jury's here, and I need to make this opportunity count. This is a proof that time and time again, Mr. Shamspeare stood in front of his gas lamp.
Take that!
What the?
These are, wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene.
Skin prints, counsel? I've never heard of such things.
The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however.
My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Sherlock Holmes. It reveals all of the places that Mr. Shakespeare touched in his room.
I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it?
Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure.
I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Times was quite fascinating.
We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes.
However, Mr. Shakespeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here.
Around the hanging picture. Indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible.
Well, I wonder. Could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps?
At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, actually it was just you, moron.
Imagine standing with your hands where those prints are. You would find yourself directly in front of.
In front of... Oh!
I don't believe it. The gas lamp! Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shakespeare has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp.
Right. But have given up, do you not?
I'd ask a court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did you say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights on the entire building flicker. Oh boy. This is my oh god, the heat wave. Alright, Chicho, this is the best I can do. You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you'll recall juror number 3's statement... What? Me now? When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights and the gas stoves to go out. Gas to start leaking into the rooms. Oh my god, he is the curse! Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, if Mr. Shakespeare were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in this room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will.
Crikey!
Are you suggesting that the man purposely caused the gas to...
Objection!
I see where this is going. Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination, I must toast my learned friends under disregard for the letter of the law.
What is the meaning of this, Lord 6?
This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of useful evidence in this case.
This is not the first time that this has happened, but it is the first time in this case.
But it's an entirely new forensic technique, developed by a great detective.
Oh god. Water! Champion water!
It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands.
Certainly, even research of this nature might still Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the courts as formal evidence.
But hold it! Please, my lord, if I may. Mr. Sato? It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene. It's a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree.
Whoa! She's using the jurors!
That is something I did not expect at all! Yes, it's no evidence, but their opinions are very important. They don't care at all about what Six has to say. That is incredible.
You're right. Whether those strange punishments are a significant clue or not, it's down for us to decide.
You're number 3? Oh yes, I do declare the Great Detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what the shady actor fellow has to say about those shady hairprints. Are you kidding me? Susato is insanely good!
What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy.
Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise.
No, wait! You heard his lordship! It's not fair to income evidence!
He doesn't care.
Sorry! F you! It's my opinion, they said, and I want to know what's going on.
Well done, Mr. Naruto! If just one more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsume's trial will have to continue. Thank you, Mr. Sato, but I couldn't have done it without you. Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success. Sorry, Shamspear. You seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Mr. Naruto. You can do it.
Very well. Continue, Counsel.
Oops. Yeah, they don't care. They don't care. They will never care about what Six says because they're the jury. They have that power. Oops. I'm very interested in the result of the great detective investigation of the scene.
We're the ones who decide if the evidence is worthy of consideration or not. Us, the jury.
That! Oh my god! I did not expect that at all. I'm actually shocked.
Hold it!
Let's see what happens here. Can we please refrain from all the talk of gas? There's another attack. I'm supposed to hear and take it, am I? Don't think so. It's really bossing now. Let's hear about this wonderful fearless explosion in poison is. What about electricity? Whatever can electrocute it? A little explosion is nothing. An explosion could be harmless as nothing, madam. My point exactly, but the casting, therefore, my reproduce came the daily basis, you know. More devious? Who, madam? Other guest companies, of course. Other guest companies. Okay, so she's talking about how they steal from her. Then, if they don't have, how they steal the people. They steal our gas and sell that. They steal pure gas. How is that possible? Gas company? These even reprobates say they are their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the household to play with the spark and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing. I'll have to check whether or not one of the service companies have been up to its tricks. I have no idea. This happens all the time right here in the capital. They're difficult. Thank you, that will do. Everything here was very interesting, but she didn't change anything.
Hold it!
All the evidence, you say?
That's right. And there's no room for that.
Is English. Oh, that's changes.
It's all pointing at that mad Japanese man with the big mustache.
Says the Englishman with the biggest mustache. But the defense just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events on the night in question. What do you make of that?
What? Your so-called skin prints?
It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique, developed by the great detective himself. The murder's handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shamspear had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe and the nights in question, it can't be denied that there's a possibility that that's where the poison was.
Well, yes. I won't deny that it's plain in my mind. But it's, as the prosecution's rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides,
Yes?
even if a fellow has been up to some mischief with the prize pipe dozens of times before, doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it?
Oh?
If you can make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can change my stance.
You do make a very valid point, sir. Wait, what? That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty. No, wait!
Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. You and your Japanese cohorts can this.
Just leave our nationality out of this. No te apures, Chicho. I will not tell the judge. What did you eat? Some kind of muffin or something? Just leave our nationality out of this, please. Mr. Naruto, if we can substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors had changed their mind before. Maybe we will change them back. Gummy bears! Of course, that makes sense. What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? With stuff on it. Of course, it makes sense. Can I show that Mr. Shakespeare really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? Well, in it makes sense to me. I have supporting testimony. No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there is witness testimony that substantiates it. I wouldn't be able to tell you, Chicho. You know that I don't go into that.
What's that? Testimony?
This is incredible. Whose testimony?
Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. The person whose testimony revealed details about the gas and the character present that night. Namely, Natsume-san.
Take that!
Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant. Mr. Soseki Natsume himself.
The defendant?
At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following.
My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings! I remember fateful that it happened when I returned from Mr. Shakespeare's room. I did my gas stop and claimed to that. But before long, the stop went out, and somebody tried to kill me!
There it is. On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. Chicho! Okay, that's the best comment you have made in a while. That's a fantastic one. I want to be one of the lawyers that are allowed to take a katana to a trial. Yeah, that makes sense. So I asked the court, what was that a mere coincidence or not?
Good golly!
So that Shakespeare fellow blew into the gas pipe to make the man stop go out on purpose?
Now, I'll learn how to do. What will he do, Doctor?
Mr. Foreman,
What the? What is it, man?
we cannot allow a judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree that there's more to this case than meets the eye.
Ah! Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, a man of logic first and foremost.
I'm just thinking, how are you saying that about throwing fire into a giant scale while you're high? That's for jurors leaning toward not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue.
As the defense has rightfully indicated, summation examination has concluded with a majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now called guilty.
4 now called guilty. 4 now called not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, in accordance with the law of this land. I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Everything in this world is decided by a giant scales of fire with pinpoint precisions from the jury. That they just actually hit something in order to throw it to behind them. I'm starting to wonder, what if they miss?
My lord, how can thy humble Shakespeare serve thee?
I'll say you in response to the various revelations made during the reformation examination.
So God mend me. I do solemnly swear. I recall out of either the lamp or the pie.
But your conquerors have made a tidy mess all over the wall there. I'll just explain that, eh?
I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been solid enough already, Juror number 5.
Me?
As I went to some pains to point out already. Refrain from the self-professed Detective Stoy has no place in a British court of law. As such, whether or not this man that did stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains at this time unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Objection!
But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the lamp in Mr. Shakespeare's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there,
Objection!
what appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were required. Yes! Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have been completely evaporated by now, making an analysis impossible. Then think of that. In any case, counsel, I fail to see what possibly could have motivated the man to do so as you describe. I unearthed that this fellow had wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived. He was trying to kill Natsume. I cannot believe this. There's only one possibility that I can think of. And that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. Yep. I thought that was gonna be a question.
Order! Order! Counsel!
Precisely! Whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end? The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we're around that mystery this far. Mr. Shamster wanted to end the life of Suseki Natsume. If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone notice.
I live around this part myself, so I know what's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lid is pretty much suicide. You freeze to death in no time.
Mr. Garrett, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shakespeare was trying to end.
Outrageous!
I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder.
Good gracious!
Objection!
The accused is actually the aggrieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here. What? How can you still claim that? Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises, put it there. Did it put it there? The only geological conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply, his intent to kill. Oh my god! She had a poison? If this actually is like that, she had a reason. Motive.
Was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill. Yes, that would have indeed seemed logical. If the silent were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison?
So now we must ask. How could anyone have known of Mr. Shakespeare murder of his son? You mean to suggest? Naturally. The sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. What?
In other words,
the person who put the poison in the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack. And only have been the accused, Mr. Naseki Satsuma. Whatever Mr. William Shakespeare may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated the attack is the accused Mr. Natsume. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poison has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? How did you manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? Mr. Naruto, you must respond! Otherwise the members of the jury may very well change their opinion against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage. What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison in the gas pipe in Mr. Shakespeare's room. So we must name that person and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt. You mean name the true culprit? I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison, it's all pointing to a particular person now. The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Ford.
What? Don't you worry, we know exactly what—
Objection!
Here we go. There is one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime.
The true culprit?
A term found only on second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives, my Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long. I see no reason to grace short before its disappointing climax. Thank you. Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime?
Take that!
The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shakespeare is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green? Miss Olive Green. I don't feel as though you have heard that name in the recent past, so
I don't recall her.
Miss Olive Green, the one from 6 days ago. The victim in the recent case of stabbing on Briar Road. An incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested I hasten to add.
Oh, of course, yeah, Miss Green. He was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe. I heard she returned consciousness 2 days ago.
And I hardly need remind the court that Mr. Shakespeare poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have been a rather fine alibi. True, on the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in hospital, unconscious. So on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible, but still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in hospital yesterday. We found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison.
But Grayson, she got poisoned?
And there is another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court.
Tell me, Mr. Shakespeare.
Huh? My lord, pray, what be thy bidding?
Are you acquainted with Miss Green?
No, never heard of her.
Judging by the look of Mr. Shakespeare's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her. At least not by name.
As the voice of Her Majesty, prosecution.
I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nipponese friend falls through to its conclusion. I appreciate of that.
The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord.
In order to point at this witness and bring her here.
Yes, a solid grade.
Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient.
Very well. I grant the request.
Excellent, I hope.
The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely contested.
Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant, in his culpability, may remain the sole subject of this court's attention.
Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned.
This is good. This is very good. I can tell what's going on here. I love it. The memoirs of the clouded Kokoro, of course. She's heartbroken.
Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks!
Oh, Mr. Natsume. I'm so pleased for you.
Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Squire, and now welcome Judicial Assistant Miss Menkatowa Squires.
Now, finally, at long as there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent then.
And prove that my two is innocent.
Ah, good morning, my dear fellows.
Ah, Sherlock Holmes! You didn't my top it there, fall forever silent.
I thought that he was innocent. Mr. Sholmes again, how wonderful. Please, save your derision. I know what you're out thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's barely in the time for lunch here. Your scorn is clearly written clearly across your faces. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. The truth is, I was determined that today would be the last day. A sleep-induced me last night, I thought. Tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I shall and be present in court to support my companions. Such the spirit and determination has a beautiful of its own, doesn't it? Oh, yes. And then I began to muse on the other subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried, why time after time? Do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is it that not an insight into the matter? Oh, yes. Upon which realization I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And the results? By first light, I was exhausted and began to assail myself by fits of blood. Shocking. And so the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already. What other perspectives? I proved by experimentation that my dear fellow is the scientific method. And yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this? Ah! Yes, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to. It was a laboriostasis. The bottle was near empty. But such inconvenience did not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it contains strychnine. Yep. So I was right. Perhaps. Though of course such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I'll leave the bottle in your cabinet. But licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. Of course.
Could I have a word? Could I have a word?
Gregson, how good of you to go? Yeah, this is a poison we've heard so much about, strychnine. There are a few ransoms from the bottle here, look. You mustn't be tempted to try it. Of course not! As long as we don't lose this trial. What? No, even if we lose the trial! No, we mustn't lose the trial in the first place, Mr. Naruhodo. Make your mind up, Susato. Gritsu, how good of you to come?
Forget it. That's good.
Wait a minute, Inspector!
I wish to make a nuisance of myself.
From the look on your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think it's making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend I'm not here.
Believe me, if I could, life would be a whole lot simpler for me.
Do you have the results, Inspector? Of the investigation of Mr. Shamsby's room?
Jet? Shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. The dead convict, actually.
You mean the man from this newspaper article discovered yesterday? Mr. Shamsby's room? A man by the name of Jess Selden.
I went through the archives at the jar and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that... well, it caught my eye.
Something caught your eye? Where, Inspector? What?
I copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves.
Thank you! These documents...
Oh my god.
His final moments were only witnessed by his cellmate. I'm wondering if he's dead or not. His documents includes the details that were in this newspaper cutting we found in the Mr. Shamsby's room. Finish everything in the core record so we don't have duplicate information. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though?
Well, you're the ones to turn up the clue in the first place, aren't you? Just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion.
Oh, Scotland Yard's working are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows, and the Inspector is the shining diamond in his crown. Shining diamond in the rough, maybe?
Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all.
Interesting.
Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Our proceedings are about to resume. Make your way into the courtroom at once.
Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. No nodding now at all, certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Very tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in flood of tears personally, so... the best of luck to you.
Welcome, Mr. Naruhodo Squire!
Yes, Mr. Natsume?
It's time, isn't it?
Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamsby. This is going to be the final battle. I won't really have saved Soseki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Renosuke. You have to! Here we go. This is the end. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense. Namely, that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. Yep. I get it. A reckless, rash and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from the system shorts. Thank you for that backhanded consideration. A rather cold assessment from the honorable British prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Six, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand? Ready and waiting in the witness antechamber, my lord. Very well. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in. Witnesses, state your names and occupation for the court, please.
William Shakespeare, my liege. For my occupation, I can say only that I be a tragic victim to be pitied.
Currently unemployed, in other words.
I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist, please. Well, no. Not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose.
Also currently unemployed, in other words. What a coterie! Mr. Shakespeare?
My lord, I am thy humble servant.
I'm afraid that you are no longer my little victim in this affair. The belief has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be through this scrutiny, I assure you.
I would for none else, my lord.
And Miss Green,
Yes?
you are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this court today, I presume.
Yes. The officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon.
And do you accept the charge, Miss Green?
I don't know anything about any poisoning.
And I don't know anything about this man.
Come, lady, talk to me. Verily, I don't lie. I know not thy prickly, pigmented personage.
Very well. Let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being to certain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair.
It's all very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me?
I barely ever go to the East End anyway.
It so happens that I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in hospital, fighting for my life.
I just got it. When this happened, Olive Green was stabbed. Then, when that happened, Soseki had been arrested because of her stabbing. But at that time, she had already poisoned their tooth. However, with Soseki-san not being there, and potentially being executed, then this effing moron didn't have to blow in the pipes. It's not the fact that the pipes were poisoned at the moment, at date that the crime happened. They might have been poisoned days before. Then she gets stabbed, and because of that, Notseki goes to prison. Not Soseki. Soseki takes some days in prison, And after he comes back, he meets he meets Shamspear. Shamspear discovers that he's still alive. And as soon as Soseki-san, Soseki Natsume, that's the reason I'm concerned. As soon as Soseki-san goes into his room again, I cannot believe how this makes so much sense. And on the night this man was poisoned, I was still in hospital fighting for life. Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Garrido household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days. I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife thrown out of my fall, and I'm under suspicion. Other irrelevant things might be suspected of. It's all very disturbing. Your energies may better spend worry about random knife attacks. I feel this screen. At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shamspear login is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. It's happening. I'm starting to babble in my words, and I'm starting to lose focus. So that means that I have to finish for today. Okay. So, I wish that I had finished this in 2 days, but right now I can tell that my energy is completely gone. I'm gonna have to take a break. So, for now, let's save the game so that we can continue next time. This is actually my longest stream in quite a long time, being at 4 hours 44 minutes. I've been making voices, I even cooked a bit. I got a lot of water, which is what actually maintained me sane for a long time. I am starting to forget words. And for now, all I can do is save the game for now and continue next time. Seriously, thank you very much for being over here. You, Chicho, I'm happy that you had a fun night. I'm happy that you came to see me too. But for now, all I can do is start getting outside of here because I am about to collapse at any moment now, and that is actually very, very this is bad. It's bad. Okay. See you tomorrow, or as soon as possible. Bye bye. Oh, that is not where I'm supposed to finish. What did I click? Oh. Bye bye, Chicho.